Chapter 688. Kill, 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 boom, boom, boom. Countless pillars of fire shot into the sky and fell towards Zankura, creating earth-shattering explosions. The sturdy city walls were damaged, and parts of them began to collapse. Countless pieces of rubble fell down and ignited a huge fire. At the same time, the orcs also launched a counterattack. Countless spears were madly thrown at the burning legion. This was an attack launched by the orc trolls. After only 3 rounds of rain of fire, Zankura's city walls were reduced to ruins. At this time, the terrifying burning legion was like a demon opening its eyes. It finally launched an attack. Huge sharp claws trampled on the ground. Every step the burning legion took left behind a flaming footprint. The blood clouds in the sky seemed to have thickened, and it was as if a hidden demon was laughing sinisterly. Countless small demons rushed towards the city walls like a bloody gust of wind. The burning legion's ground forces rushed towards Zankura city like a tidal wave. Roar! Seeing the enemies approaching, the orcs' eyes were filled with burning fighting spirit. They roared, waved their heavy weapons, and fiercely launched a counterattack against the burning legion. They actually launched a counterattack against the burning legion. Woo! 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 The low sound of a horn resounded through the world. It was a tragic battle song. Countless orc warriors rushed forward dauntlessly towards the enemies who were much stronger than them. Dong! 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 The huge Kodo beasts shook their heavy heads. On their backs, the heroic orc knights rotated their arms, and the hammers in their hands continuously struck the huge war drums, making dull sounds. The sound of the war drums pounded on the hearts of the orcs, bringing with it the power to motivate them to work harder. Kill them. Kill these bastards. The orcs howled and raised their axes high as they charged forward. They fiercely collided with the burning legion, and an earth-shattering sound erupted. The 4-meter-tall hellfire actually had the power of the sacred domain. The blazing flames on their bodies made it impossible for people to approach them. Their fists, which were as hard as stone, had already become the orcs' nightmare. Zankura's unstable city walls had already fallen, but the orcs didn't care. To them, the city walls were just decorations and had no meaning at all. I don't know which orc general once said, "There is no city wall in the world that can absolutely defend against the enemy's attack. The only thing that can truly defend against the enemy is the courage, sacrifice, and strength of the orcs." The Beastman's beast god Li Jia also said, "Beastman cities don't have solid walls. Behind them is the entire Beastman empire. In the Beastman's dictionary, there is no word for defense. There is only one word, and that is to attack. Attack again and again. Noble beastmen, even if they die, they will die in the charge." The orc race had this fierce and aggressive war culture, which had always been a headache for the powerhouses of the Noah continent. During the most powerful period of the orc race, they often attacked the weak humans. It wasn't until they discovered the rich resources in the northern part of the empire that they stopped. Facing the powerful burning legion, the orcs didn't shrink back. In the face of such a great disparity in strength, the orcs chose to fight to the death. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The heroic orc warriors swung their huge axes and cut the burning creatures in half one after another. They fell into pools of blood one after another. Their corpses piled up into hills, and their blood paved the way. In such a great disparity in strength, the courage and strength of the orcs played a huge role. The situation was deadlocked, and countless orc warriors sacrificed themselves to stop the advance of the burning legion. On the other side of the city of Zankura, a tall, majestic building lay quietly. It was a huge demonic war chariot. The huge demonic head was raised high in the sky, and its burning eyes stared ahead, making people shudder. A huge figure was sitting on the demonic war chariot. It was a greater demon with the strength of a god's realm. He was lazily lying on the demonic war chariot, looking at everything in front of him with great interest. His sinister and terrifying face was filled with a cruel smile. That greater demon didn't appear. If he did, he could easily capture Zankura. However, it had to be known that God's realm powerhouses also had dignity. If a God's realm powerhouse did everything by himself, then there would be no need for the people below him to exist. The orcs are really a fighting race. Not bad. Ha ha ha. The greater demon on the demonic war chariot clapped his hands and laughed. Sir, the demon's servant next to him came over with a smile. Unfortunately, their efforts are in vain. The Noah continent, we have already investigated it, and there is no power that can stop the burning legion. What a pity. The greater demon shook his head and clicked his tongue. The strength of the orcs is too far from ours. It's useless to rely on hot-bloodedness and courage. If it were the behemoth army from the power plane, it would be more likely the behemoth army from the power plane was also one of the main armies. They were powerful, and even the insufferably arrogant Burning Legion feared them. These aboriginals are just looking for death. The demon's servant smiled contemptuously. Let's show them the true strength of the main army. Boom, boom, boom. Under the bombardment of countless flames, the gates of Zankara finally fell. The huge gates crashed to the ground with a loud noise, and smoke rose into the air like a floating cloud. Roar! The Burning Legion roared, and their fighting spirits soared to the highest point. The fall of the gates meant that this battle was about to end. The scales of the war began to tilt towards the Burning Legion. Just as the greater demon had said, in the face of absolute strength, no matter how much they struggled, it was futile. The orc warriors wielding huge axes and wearing heavy armor, the troll headhunters wielding spears, the orc witch doctors in charge of healing. They all fell into pools of blood. The gates of Zankara were wide open, but unfortunately, not a single orc turned around to look. They were desperately resisting the attacks of the Burning Legion with their flesh and blood. Charge! At this time, someone shouted. Suddenly, countless orcs rushed out of the city. Among them were sturdy orc aunties in their 70s, as well as orc youths who were less than 15 years old. Without exception, they all held simple weapons and rushed out with roars. The orcs' fighting spirit was already ingrained in their bones. Regardless of whether they were old, weak, women, or children, they all had decent fighting power. At the moment of Zankara's life and death, they did not hesitate to pick up their weapons and join the battle. The unstoppable Burning Legion was like a demon opening its terrifying eyes, swallowing everything in front of them. The sun hanging high in the sky seemed to not dare to see this scene and quietly hid in the clouds. Between heaven and earth, only the existence of blood was left. The battle in Zankara lasted for just over 2 hours. With the fall of the last orc warrior, it finally came to an end. The once bustling Zankara city was set ablaze, and the thick smoke produced by the flames rose dozens of meters into the air. It looked particularly tragic. At this moment, the battlefield of Zankara city was littered with corpses. Apart from a few hell creatures, most of them were orcs. They were worthy of the title of heroes. They fought to the last moment, and many orcs died while holding on to their enemies. An orc warrior was still firmly holding onto an imp's neck even after his death. A faint mournful aura spread out and filled the entire battlefield. Everyone was singing for the fallen soldiers. The 100,000 orc soldiers of Zankara city, as well as the hundreds of thousands of orc women and children, had all died in battle. They used the pride, courage, and fighting spirit unique to the orcs to compose a song of loyalty. Boom! 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 The vengeful souls of the hundreds of thousands of orcs in Zankara city were unable to stop the Burning Legion. In the glorious history of the Burning Legion, this was only a small interlude. After destroying Zankara city, they quickly headed south, and their next target was the orcs. Chapter 689. What? You're saying that the Burning Legion has already started attacking the Orc Empire? In the meeting hall of the council, Li Jia's eyes were wide open, and his skinny hands were tightly gripping the orc's arm, trembling slightly. There had never been any news that could make Li Jia lose his composure like this. The thing he was most worried about had finally happened. With the arrival of the Burning Legion, no force could escape, but Li Jia did not know that they would arrive so quickly. What? They're so fast that they've already attacked the Orc Empire in just a few days. Hearing this news, R.A. Firth was equally shocked. After all, the Kingdom of Warcraft was to the west of the Orc continent. It's faster than you think. Now, the Burning Legion has already broken through the strategic town of Zankala on the eastern border of the Orc Empire and is now advancing towards Zumur City. Liga was indeed the leader of the Beastmen. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly calmed down. He looked at everyone around him and gritted his teeth. Although I don't want to admit it, I believe that soon, the Beastmen Empire will fall. R.A. Firth had a complicated expression when he heard this. After the Orc Empire fell completely, the Kingdom of Warcraft would not be spared either. His dragon's headquarters, Dragon Island, which was like a small continent, would also be exposed to the Burning Legion's attack. All the powerhouses of the council looked at each other, their faces full of shock. They did not expect the Burning Legion to be so powerful that destroying a country would be child's play for them. This was the difference in absolute power. A council member said in a trembling voice, "The Burning Legion is so powerful?" No one responded. The meeting hall was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's hearts felt heavy, as if a large stone was pressing down on them. Li Jia looked at the silent council members, then at the panicked council member Frigga, and could not help but feel annoyed. Back then, the magical beasts led by the dragons had set up the council, and he and the orcs could not wait to join this organization. But now, looking back, he found that this organization called the Council could only deal with some insignificant matters. When it came to truly important matters, it could not do anything. Thinking of this, Li Jia was filled with deep disappointment towards the Council. Li Jia slowly raised his head, his eagle-like gaze sweeping across the entire venue as he spoke indifferently. Our Beastmen race is suffering a calamity. If there is nothing else, I want to go back first. Li Jia's eyes finally fixed on R.A. Firth, quietly waiting for his response. R.A. Firth was silent, Frigga was silent, and all the other senators were silent. Facing the Burning Legion that was unstoppable, everyone's choice was to retreat. Seeing that Firth didn't say anything, Li Jia's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a trace of cold light. He snorted coldly, "Let's go." Li Jia fiercely waved his sleeves and angrily left the venue, Zumur City, the imperial capital of the Orc Empire. Zumur City was the main city of the Orcs, and its tall and sturdy city walls showed an extraordinary temperament. However, there was a different atmosphere in Zumur City at the moment. On the high city walls, countless Orc soldiers were holding giant axes and constantly patrolling, looking as if they were facing a great enemy. An Orc witch doctor in a white witch doctor robe was curled up in a corner of the city wall, looking ahead vigilantly through the shooting holes in the wall. Under the city wall, countless wolf riders were gathering. The ugly Orc wolf riders were riding on the backs of giant wolves, constantly shouting some language that only giant wolves could understand as they ran back and forth. The huge Kodo beast was lying under the barracks, level with the houses. Its sturdy and huge body was like a moving city wall. In the sky, a few wyverns roared past from time to time, adding a bit of tension to the atmosphere in Zumur City. Salamon, the beast emperor of the orcs, stood on the city wall, looking into the distance with a worried expression. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes. Next to him was the beautiful orc girl, Holy Wizard Morin. "Reporting to your majesty, the Burning Legion is here, less than 15 kilometers away from Zumur City." At this time, a wyvern knight descended from the sky, landed on the ground, and reported to Salamon, the beast emperor, while kneeling on one knee. What? They came so quickly? Although he was mentally prepared, Salamon still turned pale with fright. The Burning Legion was like a wildfire invading the earth, and their speed of advancement was unexpected by many people. Yes, the Burning Legion has been unstoppable, and no force can stop their advance. Even Lima's city, what? Lima's city has also fallen? When the Beast Emperor Salamon heard this, his face turned pale, and his body went limp, almost falling down. One had to know that Lima City was his hometown. Morin immediately went up to support him. The battle was too tragic. The Burning Legion was very powerful, and we orcs were no match for them, even if we fought to the death. Even our 19th Wyvern Legion. That Wyvern Knight sighed, and a trace of sadness appeared on his sinister face. If I hadn't rushed back to report, I'm afraid I would have. Salomon took a closer look and saw that the Wyvern Knight had many injuries on his body and was stained with blood. Generally speaking, the Wyvern Legion, as an air force, would rarely be hit hard. If even the air force was wiped out, it meant that the battle was far more tragic than imagined. "All right, you could go now." After hearing what he wanted to hear, Salomon sighed and waved his hand weakly. The Wyvern Knight bowed and silently retreated. Salomon took a deep breath and broke free from Moran's support. He walked forward silently, and the cold wind blew up his clothes, making them flutter in the wind. The Beast Emperor, Salomon, was quietly looking at the bottom of the city wall with a grave expression. Countless orcs were pouring in from the city gate. Their clothes were ragged, and they had panicked expressions. They were refugees from all over the world. Has Master Leader not returned yet? After a long while, the Beast Emperor, Salomon, finally spoke. He was asking Morin. Morin bit her lips. "I've already sent someone to inform Grandfather. I believe that he will quickly rush back after receiving the news." The Beast Emperor, Salomon, nodded. Although he was clear that even if Master Leader rushed back, he wouldn't be of much use. He had already received news that in the Burning Legion, there were dozens of God Realm experts like Master Leader thinking of having to face dozens of God Realm experts like Master Leader. Salomon felt a chill run down his spine. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. The Noah continent has suffered such a calamity, and Lord Noah isn't here. Could it be that the orcs are going to be exterminated by my hands? Heavens, how did the Noah continent provoke such a powerful enemy? The Beast Emperor, Salomon, couldn't help but let out a long howl, his expression sorrowful. As if she felt a chill, Morin tightened her white robe. She bit her lips, and her face seemed to be in a difficult position. How about, we surrender? The orcs never had the word surrender in their dictionary. Morin's suggestion bore a lot of pressure, and saying it at this time was a serious crime. Surrender? After hearing Morin's words, Salomon unexpectedly didn't get angry. He turned around, and the muscles on his face twitched a few times. He glanced at Morin and sighed slightly. "Do you really think that surrendering can solve the problem?" Morin raised her head and looked at the Beast Emperor in confusion. "If I were the commander of the Burning Legion," Salomon pointed to himself, "I wouldn't need to accept the surrender of the orcs because the difference in strength between the two sides is too great." "You mean they don't care about us at all?" Morin looked shocked. Salomon nodded slowly. "Although I don't want to admit it, this is indeed the truth." As he spoke, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. In the sky above Zumur City, a blood cloud floated over, bringing with it a bloody and murderous aura. For a moment, everyone in Zumur City had a change of expression. The Burning Legion was finally here. Chapter 690. The Burning Legion is here. Close the gates. Close the gates. It's too late. The arrival of the Burning Legion caused panic in Zumur City. The orc officers hurriedly issued orders, and the soldiers did not dare to delay. They began to activate the mechanism, and the heavy gates slowly closed. Among the refugees, apart from a small number of orcs, most of them were humans living in the Orc Empire. When the gates were closed, only orcs could enter, while humans were denied entry. "Open the gates. Open the gates. Let us in." The refugees below the city panicked. They cried, yelled, and crazily squeezed forward, constantly slamming the gates. Some people cursed in despair. Looking at the humans below the city gates, Morin's eyes flashed with a trace of pity. No matter what, they were human residents of the Orc Empire. Get ready to meet the enemy. We can't care so much now. As if reading Morin's mind, Salomon straightened his back and said. At this moment, his eyes were burning with a strong fighting spirit. Boom, boom, boom. In front of Zumur City, countless hell creatures with boundless murderous aura surged like a tide. Their powerful momentum was earth-shattering. The Legion, composed of countless powerhouses, released a huge pressure that was like a small mountain pressing down on Zoomer City. The air was full of a suffocating smell. Even though Salomon was mentally prepared, when he saw the burning legion composed of all-powerful hell creatures, he still opened his mouth in astonishment. What kind of terrifying team was this? A sense of powerlessness surged in the heart of Salomon, the Beast Emperor. It was a feeling of helplessness. When his gaze fell on the owner of the huge demon chariot behind the burning legion, he was completely stunned. God Realm Powerhouse. Salomon felt that his body was firmly locked by the other party, and for a moment, his heart fell into an ice cellar. It was a demon with the power of the God Realm. Although the hell creatures were abnormally powerful, they were overshadowed by the demon. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. As the desolate horn sounded, the well-prepared orc army moved. Countless orc warriors, fully armed, rushed to the top of the city. The orcs were indeed a race born to fight. Even in the face of such a powerful enemy, their eyes were still burning with an unyielding will. The demon, sitting on the war chariot, smiled. His lips that seemed to have been smeared with lipstick looked abnormally demonic. He stretched out a finger and slightly extended it. This was the signal to attack. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless fireballs rose into the air and bombarded the city wall like raindrops. Not good, Dodge. Morin cried out in alarm. She raised her hand slightly, and a magic staff appeared in her hand. At the same time, she chanted an incantation, and an azure light curtain appeared, enveloping her completely. Boom, boom, boom. After a few rounds of rain of fire, the orc warriors were either dead or injured. The city wall was a mess. Under the long-range attacks of the Burning Legion, it had almost turned into ruins. Only a few people were lucky enough to survive. Kill. Under the command of the Burning Legion's commander, countless imps flapped their wings and flew over like a blood cloud. At the same time, the massive ground troops also began to advance. Military orders had to be obeyed. This was the terrifying strength of the main battle legions. Cough, cough, cough. Under the ruins, the disheveled Beast Emperor Salomon slowly stood up. His face was as resolute as ever. Attack! Zap! 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 Countless iron chains rolled, and the heavy gate slowly opened. With a bang, it fell to the ground, creating a beautiful splash in the wide moat. Woo! The desolate sound of a horn sounded like a sound from the sky. In an instant, the orcs' battle intent rose to the peak. Kill, kill, kill! Amidst the deafening battle cries, countless orc wolf riders surged out from under the city gate. They rode on giant wolves and constantly waved the long swords in their hands, killing the enemies like a whirlwind. With a swoosh, the swords slashed across, and the head of a hell creature called Mago flew into the air. The orc wolf riders were the orcs' strongest mobile force. They could travel thousands of miles in a day and were as fast as the wind. They were known as the Sharp Swords and crazily stabbed at the hearts of the enemies. Berserk! Following the orc shaman's roar, the orc warriors in heavy armor roared in unison. The blood in their bodies boiled, and in an instant, their bodies became a little bigger and thicker. Veins popped out on their ferocious faces, and their eyes turned blood red, filled with bloodthirsty madness. Berserk was a unique skill of the orcs, and it was used by the orc shaman. After Berserk, the orcs would not only become stronger, their battle intent would also be stronger, and their battle intent would be even crazier. Boom, boom, boom. The orc army and the hell creatures of the Burning Legion clashed, and the battle instantly became white-hot. The orc warriors were indeed the strongest combat race. They used their flesh and blood to resist the attacks of the Burning Legion. The fierce battle on the city wall continued. The small demons let out squeaking sounds, but the spears in their hands mercilessly stabbed at the orc warriors guarding the city wall. The orc warriors couldn't help but show weakness. They took out large axes and fiercely fought with those small demons. Although the small demons were similar to humans, their fighting strength wasn't weak at all. Moreover, they were cruel and cruel by nature. Demon blood also flowed in their bodies. Under the siege of countless small demons, the orc warriors gradually couldn't hold on, and one orc after another fell into a pool of blood. Seeing that the orcs couldn't hold on, Morin became anxious. She waved her hand, and with a boom, a huge staff-like object fell from the sky and firmly planted itself on the city wall. Squeak! What is that? I don't know. Everyone be careful. Squeak! The appearance of the huge staff attracted the attention of the small demons. These experienced, cunning, and cruel life forms immediately became alert. At this time, the top of the huge staff planted on the city wall started to rotate, emitting a faint yellow radiance as it rotated. Under the illumination of that faint yellow radiance, the orc warriors on the city wall felt their injuries rapidly healing at a visible speed. Roar! In an instant, the orc warriors were greatly shaken. They let out a roar in unison, and with a braver stance, they pounced on the small demons. Squeak! Damn it, it's actually a healing guard. Kill that orc magus. The small demons finally understood what that thing was. They looked at each other, and with a tacit understanding, they all pounced on Morin. Chain lightning. Seeing the small demons pouncing over, Morin didn't dare to be careless. She hurriedly used chain lightning to meet them. However, as a support profession of the orc race, she still lacked an effective attack method. After killing a dozen small demons, she was quickly surrounded. At this moment, a small demon was already rapidly approaching. His ugly face was filled with a sinister smile, and the spear in his hand was emitting a sharp light. Morin's beautiful face turned pale with fright. Boom! At this critical moment, a longsword fiercely flew over, and the small demon that launched the sneak attack was blown back. Uncle Dutton, Morin exclaimed. The person who came was the younger brother of the Beast Emperor Salomon, the powerful great swordsman of the orc race, Prince Dutton. He only saw his personal guards charging over and saving Morin's life. Morin, it's not good to stay here for long. Retreat first. Dutton wiped the blood on his face and said to Morin. Morin nodded. She also understood that now was not the time to be pretentious. Under the protection of her personal guards, she slowly retreated. The Beast Emperor Salomon also made a move. This ruler of the orcs that was personally promoted by Lika also had the strength of his sacred domain. However, in the battlefield, his strength wasn't considered outstanding. This was because there were too many sacred domain level hell creatures in the Burning Legion. In front of him, there were 2 sacred domain level hell creatures and 1 evil god. The siege of 3 sacred domain powerhouses gave him great pressure, so much so that he couldn't even free himself to save Morin. Boom, boom, boom. In the fierce battle, the walls of Zumur City could not withstand the strong pressure and began to collapse. The collapsing walls were like a beautiful virgin who had her legs parted and was being ravaged. Not good. The Beast Emperor Salomon cried out in his heart. He knew what this meant. The city is breached. The city is breached. There was a burst of cheers from the Burning Legion, and countless hell creatures rushed into the gap in the city. In an instant, Zumur City was in a state of emergency. At the southern end of the Noah continent, in the Scourge Church's headquarters, Undercity. Compared to the chaotic other places in the Noah continent, everything here seemed so calm, as if nothing had happened. However, Ron knew that this peace was only temporary. One day, the flames of war would burn here, and the footprints of the Burning Legion would step onto the land of the Scourge Church. Ron sat quietly in the pavilion in the back garden, his expression full of anxiety. He did not even notice Kadena approaching. While he was lost in thought, Ron felt himself being gently hugged by a pair of white jade-like arms, and an intoxicating fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Kadena hugged Ron, gently leaning on his shoulder. Ron, don't worry too much. Maybe the Assembly will think of a way. The Assembly? When Ron heard this, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. How could the Assembly's weak strength compare to the Burning Legion? If he believed that the Assembly could solve the problem, he would not be sitting here. It's a pity that Lord Noah is not here at this time. But even if he was here, I'm afraid there's nothing he can do, right? Ever since Ron broke through to the God realm, not only did he not feel closer to Lord Noah, on the contrary, he increasingly felt that Lord Noah's strength was unfathomable. Could be a high-level God realm, or a peak God realm. Ron thought to himself. He was not clear about Lord Noah's strength. He only knew that Lord Noah was very strong to the point that he could only look up to him. As his strength improved, this feeling became clearer and clearer. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Ron was holding Kadina's slender waist, preparing to be intimate with her, he was startled by a sudden knock on the door. The one who opened the door was Vivian. Seeing the two's actions, she was startled, but she quickly recovered and bowed deeply. Young Lord, according to the news sent by Her Majesty Juliana of the Abia Empire, after the Burning Legion annihilated the Roland Empire, they have already begun attacking the border cities of the Abia Empire. What? Even though they had expected this result, Ron and Kadina were still shocked by this sudden bad news. Kadina was so shocked that her face turned deathly pale. She had personally experienced the Burning Legion's arrival. No one was clearer than her about the Burning Legion's terrifying strength. Ron and Kadina exchanged a glance and sighed softly. Chapter 691. It's over. The Beast Emperor Salomon closed his eyes in despair. In a trance, he seemed to see countless people being massacred by the Burning Legion, and the remaining old, weak, sick, and disabled being forced to migrate. They might even completely disappear in the long history of the Noah continent. All of this was too horrifying. The moment the city was breached, not only did the orcs not escape, but they became even crazier. They fought desperately against the invaders. The brave orc warriors were prepared to die, and they dragged the hell creatures down the city wall. An orc who had been cut in half crawled forward with his last breath. He grabbed an evil god, and his sharp fangs bit the evil god's calf. The evil god screamed in pain. The fierce battle in Zumur City was heart-wrenching. The orcs were resisting the attack of the powerful Burning Legion with all their might. Unfortunately, all of this was in vain. The outcome of the battle, with a great disparity between the strong and the weak, was already doomed. Boom! The Kodo beast fell, and its hill-like body smashed to the ground with a dull thud. Smoke and dust rose into the air, as if telling the tragedy of the battle. The Tauren warrior fell, and the totem pole on his back had lost its luster. There was not a single piece of flesh on his body that was intact. Only his huge bell-like eyes were wide open, and he died with a grievance. Countless orc warriors fell like wheat being harvested. With a loud bang, the hellfire of the Burning Legion took the lead and charged into Zumur City. His heavy body stomped on the ground, and even the ground caved in. His iron fists danced like boulders and blasted away one orc warrior after another. On the demon chariot in the distance, the huge demon held his head with one hand and squinted his eyes, watching everything in front of him as if he was watching a show. To him, this game was not difficult at all. The most powerful orcs in the Noah continent were just a small stone blocking the path of the Burning Legion. As long as they wanted to, they could kick them away at any time. It was undeniable that the orcs were one of the most powerful fighting races, and they were extremely tenacious in battle. However, the strength of the Burning Legion was too strong, and it was not something that could be made up for by mere hot-bloodedness and courage. Sir, the battle is almost over. The demon's servant next to the great demon smiled and said, "We have once again occupied this continent called Noah as conquerors." Huh! The great demon yawned in boredom before smiling and saying, "Boring, completely boring. Compared to the countless planes that our Burning Legion has conquered, this continent is really too small. It's so small that it's almost negligible. Even the resistance of these natives is pitifully weak." Ha! Ha ha! The generals of the Burning Legion laughed heartily, their laughter filled with the pride of conquerors. At this moment, the great demon, sitting on the demon war chariot, raised his eyebrows and sat up. "My lord, what's wrong?" The demon's servant next to him felt strange. Since he came to the Noah continent, It was the first time he saw the demon master show a dignified expression. The great demon did not answer. Its pale yellow eyes, which resembled a viper's, were fixed on the gate of Zumur City. It raised its eyebrows slightly, and a trace of excitement flashed in its eyes. Not bad. It has finally appeared. What appeared? The demon's servant asked in confusion. An interesting guy. The demon's servant turned his head to look, and in an instant, his expression suddenly froze. In the middle of the chaotic Zumur City gate, a thin and frail old orc man had appeared out of nowhere. He had his hands behind his back as he stood under the collapsed city gates. His eyes were lowered, and his expression was serene. It was as though the flames of war around him had nothing to do with him. The strangest thing was that the dozens of ferocious, three-headed hellhounds around him did not attack this orc old man. Instead, they lowered their three ferocious heads and kept roaring angrily, their bodies trembling slightly. That is, the strange scene in front of the city gate not only attracted the attention of the Burning Legion, but also the attention of the orcs. Their eyes were full of astonishment. When these orcs' eyes fell on the thin and weak orc old man, they immediately became ecstatic and erupted into earth-shattering cheers. It's Strength Warrior. War God Strength Warrior is finally back. Kill these bastards. Beast God Strength Warrior was the god in the hearts of the orcs, and also their spiritual pillar. The moment Strength Warrior appeared on the battlefield of Zumur City, the entire Zumur City was in an uproar. The Orc War God was the only God Realm powerhouse in the entire orc race. His appearance directly represented the end of the war in the hearts of the orcs. The orcs were so excited that they beat their chests and stamped their feet. They kept roaring at the sky, viciously releasing the depression that had been suppressed for many days. Grandpa, the orc holy sorcerer Morin also had a look of excitement, and tears unknowingly welled up in her eyes. Beast God Strength Warrior finally rushed back to the battlefield the moment Zumur City fell. He stood there casually and suppressed dozens of ferocious three-headed hellhounds until they could not breathe. Although Strength Warrior tried his best to remain calm on the surface, there were stormy waves in his heart. How could it not be shocking that an ordinary soldier of the powerful Burning Legion had the strength of a master or above? It's a God Realm powerhouse. The demon's servant in the distance could not suppress the shock in his heart. Damn it, such a small subplane also has a God Realm powerhouse? I thought that a Sacred Domain powerhouse was the limit. Of course, there are God Realm powerhouses in the Noah continent, and it seems that there is more than one. The great demon sitting on the demon chariot smiled. His huge body moved, and he stood up, facing Strength Warrior from a distance, his eyes full of provocation. Strength Warrior had already noticed the great demon in the distance, and he also understood that this big guy in front of him was his real opponent. The two of them looked at each other, and blazing sparks erupted. Is this the great demon from hell? He's really powerful. While Strength Warrior was shocked by the opponent's strength, the bloodthirsty and combative side of the orc began to show. The battle intent in his heart burned fiercely. Roar! At this time, the hellhound that was unwilling to be suppressed by the opponent's aura growled. He finally could not hold back and attacked Strength Warrior. Roar, roar, roar. 1, 2, dozens of three-headed hellhounds ran. Their huge bodies were as agile as cheetahs, filled with explosive power. They leap high into the air and pounce down. The three heads opened their mouths, revealing rows of sharp teeth that gleamed with cold light. Humph! Strength Warrior snorted coldly, his drooping eyelids slightly raised, and a frightening cold light flashed in his eyes. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound, and white smoke and dust suddenly spread out, and a huge wave of air rolled straight into the air. In an instant, dozens of hellhounds were blown away, and the powerful impact smashed them hard against the wall. When they fell, they had already turned into a puddle of meat. What? The great demon's gaze froze, and his pale yellow eyes suddenly opened wide. The white smoke dispersed, and a huge figure suddenly appeared in front of the gate of Zumur City. It was a giant that was more than 10 meters tall and weighed dozens of tons. No, it was a super behemoth. The muscles on his huge body bulged and intertwined with each other, full of explosive power. His huge bull horns stood up high, piercing into the sky, almost at the same level as the city wall. The armor on his body was several meters thick, and it was not light. He held a two-handed giant axe in his hand, which was terrifying to the soul. This was a combination of an ox and an orc belonging to the Tauren clan of the orcs. His combat power was extremely strong, and Strength Warrior was the Tauren clan's god of war. The huge ox eyes swept over, and without thinking, Strength Warrior picked up the huge axe and rushed in the direction of the great demon. War Trample. Strength Warrior launched a charge, and his huge body slammed into the enemy. With a wave of the giant axe in his hand, the Ironstone Troll was cut in two, and the huge ox hooves trampled the Thorn Demon, who was covered in thorns, into a puddle of meat. Whether it was the similarly huge Hellfire or the powerful demon god, they were all smashed into pieces under his terrifying strength. He was like an indestructible chariot, destroying everything in his path. This was not magic, nor was it battle energy. This was the purest power from heaven and earth, power that had reached the level of the divine realm. After Strength Warrior transformed into the huge Tauren god of war, he wantonly killed the Burning Legion like a tiger in a flock of sheep. All hell creatures were no match for him. Of course, the Burning Legion also counterattacked, but their counterattacks were as laughable as tickling in front of Strength Warrior's almost invincible defense. Counterattack. Quickly counterattack. Kill them. Drive them out. Strength Warrior's appearance turned the entire battle around. At this moment, the orcs' morale was greatly boosted. They roared and launched a counterattack against the Burning Legion. Damn it! The great demon cursed. He squatted down slightly, and his black demon wings spread open. With a flap, he disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, the demon's figure appeared behind Strength Warrior's head. He sneered, and with a wave of his hand, a huge black scythe appeared in his hand, and he slashed down at Strength Warrior. Boom! The giant axe and scythe collided, and a shocking explosion erupted. The place where Strength Warrior was standing caved in, and the ground cracked like a spider web. The demon laughed, his face full of malevolence and madness. Powerful divine realm expert, I am very interested to know your name. I am Strength Warrior, the Tauren god of war of the orcs, Strength Warrior. Chapter 692. The demon was not angered by Li Jia's words. He took a step back and lowered his huge scythe. He tilted his head and looked at Li Jia with a faint smile. You are very arrogant. He paused for a moment. But you do have the right to be arrogant. But I have to tell you that arrogance comes at a great price. Li Jia was angered by the demon's indifferent expression. He glared at him. You are looking for death. Without waiting for the demon to reply, the huge two-handed long-handled axe created a strong gust of wind and swept towards the demon. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk landslide. Earth fissure. The battle between the two divine realm experts ignited the atmosphere on the battlefield. For a moment, the killing intent of both sides rose to the highest point. Cough! Cough! Holy sorcerer Molin crawled up from a pile of rocks in a sorry state. At this moment, her face was covered in dust. Her beautiful face had almost turned black, and the sorcerer robe on her body had also become tattered. A pure white arm was exposed, and the long bloodstains on it were a shocking sight. After a fierce battle, even as a sacred sorcerer, she was injured. She looked dispirited, but her beautiful eyes shone with excitement. Grandfather, you are finally back. Hildegards. Molin took a deep breath and quickly waved her hands. After a short while, a huge magic staff fell from the sky and stuck in the ground with a boom sound. Soon after, it emitted a pale yellow light screen. Under the illumination of the pale yellow light screen, the injuries of the Beastmen soldiers in the surrounding area healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The orc warrior stood up, the troll hunter stood up, the orc shaman stood up, the orc wolf rider stood up, and the wyverns flapped their wings and soared into the sky again. The Kodo beast shook its huge head, and the orc on its back beat a huge drum. Dong dong. The sound shook the eardrums. Morin took a deep breath and slowly raised her head. Her eyes emitted a trace of sharpness. Kill. Morin took the lead and rushed out with the staff in her hand. At this moment, her robe was fluttering in the wind and her top was torn. She was almost half naked, like a saintess. Charge! Kill these bastards! In an instant, the morale of the beastmen was greatly boosted. Under the leadership of Morin, they quickly launched a counterattack. At this moment, the ferocity and bravery of the orcs were on full display. They had already driven out the hellish creatures that had swarmed into Zimmer City. The beast emperor, Salomon, was quietly leaning against the wall. There was a large hole in his broad chest, and a large amount of blood was flowing out like a fountain. Because he was too far away, Morin's healing guard could not cover him, and he did not have the strength to move. Great! This is great! Seeing the scene in front of him, Beast Emperor Salomon revealed a gratified expression. At this moment, the expression in his eyes dimmed, and he slowly closed his eyes. The fierce battle continued. In the imperial city of the orcs, in front of the huge city gate, the battle between the commanders of both sides, the war god of the orcs and the great demon of the Burning Legion, had reached its climax. The area in front of the city gate had become a forbidden zone for life. Everyone was separated by a powerful force for fear of being affected. Fury, bloodlust, battle roar, killing will, boom, boom, boom. Both Li Jia and the great demon were warrior professions. Both sides were holding huge weapons and bombarding each other. Every time they attacked, huge sparks would burst out, and the powerful force caused the whole space to tremble. The great demon was extremely fast. Coupled with his teleportation skill, he came and went freely on the battlefield, giving Li Jia a headache. Although Li Jia's strength was higher than the great demon's, he was still firmly suppressed. However, the great demon was not having a good time either. Although his teleportation skill was extremely powerful, it also consumed a lot of strength. The Torrents had thick skin and flesh, and their resistance to attacks was strong. The great demon could not bear it anymore. Swoosh! The great demon broke away from Li Jia, and his figure appeared on the other side of the city wall. At this moment, he was slightly tired and looked at Li Jia with resentment. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to be so durable. The great demon had no choice but to admit that he had underestimated his opponent. Although the opponent's movement speed was slow and his attacks were monotonous, his strength was much stronger than his. Even more terrifying was the opponent's astonishing endurance. Even though his body was covered in wounds, his fighting strength did not decrease at all. After losing track of his opponent, Li Jia looked around. Soon, he found the great demon's figure. Dying. When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. At this moment, Li Jia was on the verge of exploding. Seeing the great demon, he immediately pounced. The huge two-handed axe was raised high, and a powerful force fanned out a gale. Countless sand and stones were blown away. Li Jia's body shone brightly, and his aura was intimidating. Huh! The great demon roared. He was not to be outdone and launched a counterattack. Black flames wrapped around the sharp blade, and the huge scythe seemed to come alive. The great demon laughed sinisterly and merged with the scythe. Behind him, it was as if the shadow of the Grim Reaper had appeared. Shockwave. Facing the great demon's intimidating aura, Li Jia did not dodge, and the huge axe in his hand continued to attack. He wanted to die together with the great demon. What? Even though the great demon had been through hundreds of battles, he was taken aback by Li Jia's strange behavior. However, he quickly understood and secretly cursed the other party for being cunning. The Torrents had thick skin and flesh, and their defense and resistance to attacks were very strong. The other party would not necessarily die if he was hit, and would at most be seriously injured. However, the great demon might not be so lucky and would probably die on the spot. After figuring this out, the great demon chose to retreat. He gritted his teeth fiercely, and his huge body disappeared in midair with a whoosh. Even the powerful destructive force disappeared at the same time. Boom! The mountain shook and the ground shook. Li Jia pounced on empty air, and the huge axe struck the city wall of Zoomer City. A huge force erupted, and the entire wall was cut open like tofu. Countless gravel fell, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. He escaped again. Li Jia gritted his teeth in anger. The other party's speed was extremely fast. He could only use the method of mutual destruction to compete with the demon in terms of strength. Unfortunately, the demon was very cunning. After seeing through his intentions, it fled. However, Li Jia's move was not without effect. As the great demon chose to retreat, he completely overwhelmed the other party in terms of momentum. At this moment, he had the upper hand. "Come out, you come out!" Li Jia roared, and his huge body patrolled under Zoomer City. His heavy iron hooves stepped on the ground, causing slight tremors. The furious Li Jia could not find the great demon and had nowhere to vent his anger. The hell creatures of the Burning Legion suffered. Whether it was the evil gods with strong combat power or the hellfire with strong defense, they were all turned into dust under Li Jia's angry axe. Who would have thought that the god of war Li Jia, who looked like a good-tempered grandfather next door, would be so terrifying when he was angry? A powerhouse in the divine territory who was in a rage was definitely not an existence to be trifled with. The great demon hid by a broken wall, and Li Jia's huge figure walked past him. Every step he took caused his heart to tremble. Damn it, this guy. The demon held his head behind his back and fiercely glared at Li Jia. He secretly calculated in his heart. At this moment, he was stunned. He looked at his own hand that was holding the giant scythe. It was uncontrollably trembling slightly. In an instant, the great demon's snake-like eyes suddenly opened wide. How is this possible? He was afraid. That's right, the battle-hardened, ferocious, and bloodthirsty great demon was actually afraid. His fear came from a huge figure behind him. This was the brilliance of Li Jia. In a battle between powerhouses, victory and defeat was often decided in an instant. Although the strength of both sides was similar, the great demon lacked courage compared to Li Jia. It was that moment of retreat that cast a shadow over the great demon's heart. This layer of shadow was often fatal to the strong in a battle. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. It was precisely because of the beast god's enhanced strength and fearless courage that he overwhelmed the ferocious and bloodthirsty great demon in terms of momentum, causing the other party to not have the slightest intention to resist. Chapter 693. Come out, Scram, get out here. Li Jia was like a mad bull as he searched for traces of the demons everywhere. However, the demons hid in a corner and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Since he could not find the demons, Li Jia could only use the Burning Legion's hell creatures as targets to vent his anger on. Under the giant axe that weighed hundreds of pounds, one after another powerful hell creatures fell into a pool of blood. Damn it, this guy. The demon clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, his eyes revealing a trace of hatred, but he could not do anything. At this moment his heart moved, as if he had thought of something. Since you've killed my men, I'll kill yours as well. The demon laughed sinisterly, and a sinister expression appeared on his ugly and terrifying face. Like a poisonous snake, his eyes moved around, searching for target. At this moment, he saw a tall and beautiful figure, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With his swish, the demon's figure disappeared, and in the next moment, he appeared hundreds of meters away. His target was Morin. Fierce, cruel, powerful. This was Morin's evaluation of this terrifying hell creature in front of her. When the demon stood in front of Morin, her heart almost stopped beating. You. Morin was so shocked that her face turned pale, her body trembled, and she could not help but retreat. The powerful aura emitted from the demon's body made her extremely terrified. There were dozens of orc warriors beside Morin, and a few of them were from the sacred domain, but they were also frightened by the demon's powerful aura and did not dare to move. The demon stood in front of Morin, blocking her path. The demon stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. On his face, there was a cruel smile. Morin was a holy sorcerer, belonging to the healing profession. On the battlefield, such a profession would often attract the attention of the enemy. Usually, the healing profession would be the target of protection on the battlefield. At this moment, Morin was targeted by the demon. "You, don't come over." Morin retreated in fear, but who knew that she would stumble and fall to the ground? "Go to hell." The demon laughed sinisterly and raised the huge scythe in his hand, slashing down at Morin. Facing such a huge difference in strength, Morin closed her eyes in despair. "Miss Morin, run. I'll block him. Damn it, I'll fight." The orcs who were forced into a corner finally became ferocious. At this moment, the orcs finally remembered that they were warriors and that they were brave, loyal, and powerful orc warriors. On the battlefield, the role of a healer profession, in order to protect the healer, there were many brave warriors who sacrificed their precious lives. The orc army was no exception. At this moment, the orc soldiers, who were countless times stronger than them. Asterisk, 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 broken limbs. Broken arms, several heads flew into the air with blood spurting out. In front of the Godrealm powerhouse, the orcs fell like wheat being cut, and some were even cut in half along with their weapons. Even so, the orc soldiers still glared with bloodshot eyes, roared, and rushed forward, desperately using their lives as the price to stop the demon's advance. The battle was unusually tragic, and the momentum was as tragic as always. In order to stop the Burning Legion's advance, the orcs paid a huge price. "Kill! Kill! Kill! Ha! Go to hell!" The demon did not show any mercy. He laughed loudly, and with a swing of his scythe, dozens of orc soldiers who were protecting holy wizard Morin fell into a pool of blood. Without exception, they all died in battle. These orcs were all elites, and most of them had master-level strength. There was no lack of sacred domain powerhouses among them, but they were no match for the demon from the God Realm and were all slaughtered by the demon. Emolon knelt on the ground with a plop sound. She had already lost the strength to escape. She slowly raised her head, revealing her peerlessly beautiful face. Her beautiful eyes were filled with despair. It's your turn now. Go to hell." The demon did not show any mercy. He grinned as he raised his scythe, and the sharp scythe shone with a cold light. The commotion finally attracted Li Jia's attention. He turned around, and his eyes widened. "Bastard, you're courting death." Seeing that his precious granddaughter was about to die in the demon's hands, Li Jia was furious. He rushed toward the demon without caring about anything. His huge body charged forward like an indestructible tank, and half of the city wall that was destroyed collapsed, and debris flew everywhere. Damn it! The demon failed on the verge of success. He could only curse in his heart and unwillingly put away his scythe. At this time, the demon saw Li Jia's gaze and was slightly startled. There was anxiousness in his angry gaze, and there was also a trace of concern. The demon was too familiar with this gaze. He had once seen it on a female general's face during a war in another plane. At that time, he was holding the female general's 8-year-old son by the throat. The demon's heart skipped a beat, and he realized that this was an opportunity. Scythe of destruction. The demon made a prompt decision. He raised his huge scythe high up, and a turbulent and domineering destructive power filled the entire space. The air seemed to freeze, and the earth stopped trembling. Only a huge and terrifying black scythe was left in a vast world. It was as if the grim reaper from hell had opened his eyes. Emolon had long since been frightened to the point her eyes were lifeless. She knew that in front of this tyrannical strength, her strength was as weak as an ant. Bastard, Li Jia did not expect that the demon would be so vicious and merciless to use such a powerful attack on a weak girl who only had the strength of a sacred domain. Seeing that his granddaughter was about to die under the demon's scythe, Li Jia became anxious and threw himself at the demon. I've been tricked. Beastmen are really simple-minded fellows. The demon's face revealed a smile. He laughed sinisterly, and the scythe in his hand turned inconceivably. Swish! The huge black scythe suddenly changed its target and slammed towards Li Jia. What? Li Jia was shocked. He did not expect that the demon would be so cunning. It was too late to dodge now. Boom! With a loud bang that shook the sky, under the huge black sickle, Li Jia's huge body that was like a small mountain fell heavily to the ground, and the dust that rose into the air covered his figure. Grandfather! At this moment, Morin finally came back to her senses. She stared blankly at Li Jia's fallen figure and let out a sorrowful cry. How is this possible? The Beastmen soldiers in the fierce battle were completely stunned. They stared blankly at everything in front of them with an expression of disbelief. The beast god Li Jia was defeated. Under the huge black scythe and the demon's sinister scheme, the powerful god's domain expert, the Beastman's war god Li Jia, was finally defeated. Li Jia had always been the most solid pillar in the Beastman's hearts. His defeat symbolized the collapse of the pillar. In a moment, the Beastman's morale fell. Grandfather! Morin could no longer care about anything else. She cried as she flew over to Li Jia and helped him up. The current Li Jia had long lost his fierce, bull-headed human form. He had turned into an ordinary beastman old man. There was a huge wound on his chest. It was so deep that the bone could be seen. It was constantly bleeding. His face was as white as gold paper, and his breath was very weak. Seeing Morin, he slightly raised his eyes. Seeing her grandfather's miserable state, Morin's tears gushed out. Grandfather, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Silly girl. Li Jia's face revealed infinite kindness. It's grandfather's fault. I'm not capable. I'm not the demon's opponent. You don't have to blame yourself. Li Jia said with difficulty. More blood flowed out of the wound on his chest. Morin panicked. She hurriedly took out her magic staff. Grandfather, wait a moment. I'll heal you immediately. Li Jia could only laugh bitterly. That demon was watching them from the side. How could he let you heal him? It's too late, Li Jia said with difficulty. He took a deep breath and continued to say intermittently, Morin, my good granddaughter, quickly run. Run far away. The beastmen are finished. No. Morin shook her head with tears. Grandfather, I want to take you with me. Saying that, she pulled Li Jia's hand and lifted him up. Quickly run. You can't run far with me. Seeing the demon approaching step by step with a sinister smile, Li Jia became anxious. Morin only cried and shook her head. She refused to leave her grandfather behind. Quickly run. Seeing that Morin didn't listen to him, Li Jia roared. He didn't know where he got the strength, but he grabbed Morin's body and flung her away. Morin's delicate body was flung away like a kite with a broken string. She heard the sound of the wind and heard her grandfather's voice. Quickly run. Go find Ron. This was his last sentence to Morin. The council was no longer trusted by Li Jia. The only one who could save Morin's life was Ron from the Scourge Church. Although Li Jia didn't give Ron enough help, he knew that Ron wouldn't leave her in the lurch. When she landed, Morin felt that her body was caught by someone. Wolf Knight Taishan was one of Morin's most trusted guards. At this moment, he ignored Morin's struggles and forced her onto the back of the giant wolf. With a whistle, the giant wolf shot out like an arrow. At this time, the demon was already fighting with Li Jia. Li Jia forcibly lifted his heavily injured body and fought with the demon with a giant axe. Unfortunately, his injuries were too heavy. After a few moves, he was defeated by the demon who was at the peak of his strength and fell to the ground again. Li Jia fell. In a battle between strong people in the divine realm, falling meant death. Li Jia was already dead. His corpse fell to the ground of the beastmen. Under the city gate of Zoomer City, the ashen face was still looking in the direction Morin had escaped. Grandfather. Morin let out a sorrowful cry as the giant wolf carried her figure away quickly. Want to leave? How can it be so easy? The demon naturally knew that if he didn't kill the snake, there would be endless trouble in the future. After he killed Li Jia, he smiled coldly. His huge body squatted down slightly and was about to give chase. Suddenly, Li Jia's corpse emitted a strong white light. The light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. What? The demon's eyes were wide open. Seeing everything in front of him, he couldn't believe his eyes. Li Jia was actually resurrected. There had always been a legend among the Tauren race. The powerful Tauren race fought under the command of the gods. Due to their contributions, they received the gods' favor and were granted a second life. Of course, this was just a legend. Among the ordinary Taurens, there had never been any Tauren warrior who received such favor. If they died, they died. No miracle happened. But this time, the gods' favor was actually fulfilled on Li Jia. A miracle happened, and Li Jia was resurrected again. After being resurrected, the injuries on Li Jia's body healed quickly, but his expression was a little sluggish. Even his strength was not as strong as before. After the initial shock, the demon began to recover. So that's how it is. Their innate skill is resurrection. In the main plane of strength, many powerful beastmen can also suddenly be resurrected. The Burning Legion from Hell had once fought with the Behemoth Legion from the main plane of strength and knew how powerful the beastmen were. In his eyes, resurrection was just a very ordinary skill. Beastmen who had just been resurrected were at their weakest state. It couldn't be compared to their peak state at all. Li Jia's body was still burning with fighting spirit. He said coldly, "It's a pity, isn't it, demon? My resurrection will represent your death." "Is that so?" The demon smiled confidently and said, "That's right. Although your life has been restored, your strength has been weakened. In other words, you will die in my hands again." Li Jia naturally understood this. He only felt that his body was limp and couldn't lift a trace of strength. However, his goal was not to kill the demon, but to stop the demon from pursuing Morin. "Enough nonsense, let's fight," Li Jia shouted, waved his battle axe, and pounced on the demon. "Haha, go to hell. It's your honor to be able to die in my hands twice." Amidst the maniacal laughter, the demon waved his huge scythe, and the two God Realm powerhouses fought. The power surged again. The purest power between heaven and earth collided with the overbearing destructive power, and everything around was destroyed. Boom! 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 After a few rounds of short exchanges, Li Jia's huge towering body fell heavily to the ground again. "I'm finally going to die? Is this the feeling of death?" Li Jia, who had fallen to the ground, was in pieces. Looking at the demon approaching with a grim smile, there was no longer any vitality in his eyes. This time, it was farewell forever. The power of the powerful beastman war god made it so that it would never be able to stand up again. The blessings of the gods only gave it 2 lives, not a third. In a trance, Li Jia seemed to see Zumr City, the beastman empire that had stood for thousands of years, burning fiercely. Huge buildings began to collapse, and countless hell creatures rushed into Zumr City, ignoring the burning flames and wantonly killing. The remaining beastmen who couldn't escape in time fell into pools of blood one by one. Chapter 694. The news of the fall of the Orc Empire spread like wildfire across the entire Noah continent. With the war developing to this stage, all the creatures in the entire Noah continent began to panic. They finally knew that the real end of the Noah continent had finally arrived. Many powerhouses of the sacred domain were killed. Cities after cities were turned into ruins under the attack of the Burning Legion. Emergency meetings were held one after another. Unfortunately, no one could come up with a suitable solution. They also tried to send messengers to ask for peace, or at least to test the other party's attitude. Unfortunately, the messengers never returned. At this time, the Burning Legion had already arrived at the borders of the kingdom of magical beasts. They began to attack the cities and countries under the rule of the high-level magical beasts. Countless powerful high-level magical beasts resisted, but under the scythe of the demons, their resistance melted like snow. On the 7th day after the Burning Legion entered the borders of the kingdom of magical beasts, R.A. Firth, who was forced into a desperate situation, could not take it anymore. He led the dragons, the Beaumont clan, and a large number of elite magical beasts in a counterattack. It was an earth-shattering battle, known as the War of the Magical Beasts. The powerful elite magical beasts formed an alliance. Under the leadership of the dragons, R.A. Firth, and the chairman of the parliament, Frigga, they pounced on the burning legion like a storm. The fierce battle lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. The army of the magical beasts obtained victory. They defeated the attack of the burning legion and even killed a few demons. Their heads were hung high on the flagpoles. The War of the Magical Beasts was an unprecedented victory. It was enough to be recorded in the history books. The Magical Beasts Alliance defeated the Burning Legion head-on for the first time with the most ferocious attitude. They obtained a temporary victory, which also highlighted the strength of the kingdom of magical beasts. At the same time, it also established the leadership of the dragons in the Noah continent. The entire Noah continent was shaken. All the creatures had high hopes for the Magical Beasts Alliance, led by the dragons. As the leader of the dragons and the commander of the Magical Beasts Alliance, R.A. Firth's reputation rose to the peak once again. This was like a huge gamble. Even R.A. Firth didn't expect that the battle would progress so smoothly. The so-called main battle corps were not as terrifying and powerful as they were described in the legends. Therefore, R.A. Firth's self-confidence reached the extreme. Ignoring the fact that the Magical Beast Coalition army had also suffered heavy losses, the victorious R.A. Firth brazenly gave the order to attack. This time, he shouted the slogans of "Chase away the invaders and destroy the Burning Legion." Countless dragons and elite magical beasts under the leadership of Firth and Frigga swarmed towards the Burning Legion. A thrilling battle began once again. Suffering a crushing defeat against the natives wasn't something that had never happened in the history of the Burning Legion. However, to any battle commander, this was an undeniable humiliation. When Princess Sophia received the news, she was both shocked and furious. She ruthlessly punished a few officers who had underestimated the enemy. At the same time, she mobilized a large number of troops, vowing to suppress the momentum of this counterattack. Faced with the Burning Legion that had regained its senses, the Magical Beast Coalition army wasn't so lucky. In the face of absolute power, the Magical Beast Coalition army suffered an unprecedented crushing defeat. Faced with the siege of more than 10 evil demons with abilities from the divine realm, the 3 senators of the Magical Beast Coalition army all suffered varying degrees of injuries. However, the ones who suffered the greatest losses were the elite magical beasts of the Magical Beast Coalition army. In this battle, 2/3 of the hundreds of thousands of elite magical beasts were lost. Countless corpses of magical beasts littered the ground. Their congealed blood clogged the rivers. The raging flames of war filled the sky. The Magical Beast Coalition army paid a huge price in this battle. What was worse was that the elite magical beasts couldn't be replenished in a short period of time. The birth rate of magical beasts was originally lower than that of normal creatures, especially the elite magical beasts. This also caused the magical beast race to decline in the Noah continent ever since. Firth could only lead the remaining forces back to the Dragon Island in a panic like a stray dog. He holed himself up there and never came out again. He left the entire kingdom of magical beasts, as well as the countries and cities under the kingdom's protection, for the Burning Legion to wreak havoc. The enraged Burning Legion vented all their anger from their crushing defeat on the normal citizens of the kingdom of magical beasts. They massacred city after city. The humans and low-level magical beasts living in the kingdom of magical beasts were faced with a calamity and fled one after another on the vast land. A flock of birds slowly flew past. The warm sunlight scattered all over the land. It seemed to have a trace of warmth. A large group of people was walking aimlessly on the land. There were at least tens of thousands of people. Every one of them was wearing ragged clothes and had a wooden expression. The grief on their faces had already stiffened. Looking down from the sky, they looked like ants crawling slowly on the ground. They were refugees who had lost their homes. Under the attack of the Burning Legion, They fled their cities and their homes. However, the Noah continent was so big, but they didn't know where to go. They could only walk around aimlessly. Everyone was secretly praying in their hearts, praying that they wouldn't encounter the terrifying burning legion. Among the tens of thousands of refugees, it was inevitable that crooks mixed in with the honest folk. They robbed, raped, and killed. Naturally, they weren't poor. After they lost their countries, they naturally lost the protection of the law and became the slaves of the strong. Some beautiful women naturally became the tools of the strong as long as they were willing. Ever since the burning legion descended, the original order of the Noah continent was broken. Countless bandit groups swarmed out and robbed the refugees of their belongings. Some regular mercenary groups also turned into bandit groups and took the opportunity to rob. Some refugees who had been robbed until they had nothing joined the bandit groups and robbed the poorer people. It was a miracle that this group of refugees could walk all the way here after being robbed and killed countless times. However, among these chaotic refugees, there was a group that was particularly eye-catching. Regardless of whether it was those bandit groups that were numb to killing people or those rapists, none of them dared to have any ideas about that group, because they were orcs, powerful orcs. In the dictionary of humans, orcs were synonymous with strength and power. Even the ordinary old, weak, women, and children had decent combat strength. Moreover, in that group, there were wolf knights who were patrolling back and forth with long swords. Their cold and bloodthirsty eyes made the small humans not dare to act rashly. Because of this, some human refugees intentionally or unintentionally approached this group to seek temporary protection. Of course, the orcs didn't reject them. They had escaped from the Orc Empire. The group that escaped from Zoomer City was led by Sacred Sorcerer Morin. Along the way, they gathered many orc soldiers who were separated and gradually formed a powerful combat force that no bandit group dared to spy on. For this trip, they were going to the south. Sacred Sorcerer Morin sat in a carriage and was escorted by dozens of wolf knights. Her entire body was covered in a black robe, only revealing her beautiful face. At this moment, her embroidered eyebrows were slightly raised, and she looked like she had a lot on her mind. After a long time, she let out a long sigh. Her country was destroyed, her family was destroyed, and there were traces of the burning legion everywhere. She didn't even know where to go in the huge Noah continent. No. At this moment, a scream came from the back of the convoy. Morin's thoughts were interrupted. She frowned and turned her head to look. She saw a few human powerhouses surrounding a beautiful girl. That girl's clothes had been torn, revealing her snow-white chest. That girl was desperately trying to cover her private parts and couldn't stop screaming. Her tears fell down like a broken string of pearls. Ha ha! The complacent laughter of a few human experts could be heard. Their eyes were filled with lust. Please, I beg you, save me. The girl's face was filled with fear. Her pair of beautiful big eyes kept looking at the people beside her, praying that they would lend a helping hand. However, those people all lowered their heads, not daring to look at her eyes. Not for other reasons, but because those 5 to 6 human powerhouses were too powerful. Most of them had the strength of an intermediate rank, and the leader was the most powerful master rank. To those ordinary humans, advanced rank powerhouses were already peerless powerhouses, and master rank powerhouses were unreachable existences. The girl quickly fell into despair and sobbed softly. Give up. No one will come to save you. The leader was a middle-aged man. He chuckled and stuck out his tongue to lick his lips. His appearance was incomparably wretched. I never like to force others. How about it? Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want me to do it? The girl had no choice but to take off her clothes while sobbing. A white and beautiful body was revealed. Big brother, after you. A thin and weak human man chuckled. His pair of small triangular eyes emitted an evil light. The middle-aged man in the lead didn't decline. He laughed and tore off his clothes, revealing his furry chest. He took a step forward and hugged the beautiful white body, pressing her to the ground. The girl seemed to have foreseen her fate. She closed her eyes in despair. An unforgivable crime was being played out, and it was being carried out in broad daylight. The onlookers looked at those beasts with angry eyes and hugged their children tightly. At this moment, Morin could no longer watch it. She coldly snorted. Tyshawn, dear. Wolf Rider Tyshawn rode his huge wolf and took a step forward, looking at Morin's slightly angry eyes, and then looking at what was happening behind them. He quickly understood what Morin meant. He nodded slightly. Yes, Mississippi. I'll do it immediately. Morin sighed and gently waved her hand. After a while, Tyshawn returned. He was holding a few bloody heads in his hands. They were the heads of the few humans who had just committed violence. Behind him was a girl. The girl was tearfully thanking Morin. Morin looked at the girl and nodded slightly in her heart. Although the girl was young, her appearance was even decent. It was no wonder that she had provoked a pervert. Morin sized up the human girl for a while before asking, "Where are you from? What's your name?" Replying, "Sir, my name is Lily. I'm a maid in Ebia's palace, Ebia. After Pompeii city was captured by the Burning Legion, I escaped." What? Chapter 695. It was daybreak, and the fog-shrouded dark city was filled with a strange aura. In the huge underground palace of Dark City, in a luxurious aristocrat's room, thick black fog seeped out from the tightly shut door. It was a strong aura of death, as if a terrifying beast was about to devour someone. Ron was cultivating. He was sitting there in a strange posture, breathing quietly and evenly. A huge amount of soul energy was being released from his body and then absorbed. In between breaths, Ron's ability kept increasing. The arrival of the Burning Legion brought great pressure to Ron. He knew that there would be a day when the Burning Legion would step into this place, bringing with them a powerful military force and killing intent. He urgently needed great strength to change all of this. At the very least, he would have an additional bargaining chip in the negotiations. Power. Everything required power. Without power, no one would look up to you. Outside Ron's room, a group of girls was standing there quietly. They looked extremely nervous and tried their best to keep their breathing as light as possible, afraid that they would disturb Ron, who was cultivating. They were Shea, Kadena, Aurora, D-Lynn, Vivian, Rainey, and Becerra. Becerra was holding a little girl's hand. The little girl was wearing a red dress that was as bright as a flower. She was sniffling, and her beautiful, motherly eyes were curiously looking at everything in front of her. It's been a few days. Kadena gently crossed her arms in front of her chest and said worriedly, "He hasn't come out yet. Will he be okay?" "No way." Aurora hesitated. "His breathing is normal. There shouldn't be any problem." Dylan bit her lips and sighed slightly. The Burning Legion is giving him too much pressure. He's trying to increase his ability at all costs. This is something that can't be helped. The girls fell silent. Even though they thought that the chances were slim, this was the only way at the moment. Where is the Burning Legion now? Shea slowly retracted her gaze from the door and looked at Vivian beside her. Vivian lowered her head and whispered, "They've already passed the Empire's Pompeii. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll reach Pompeii in a few days." Vivian looked up with a determined expression. However, the Calamity Army is using the terrain to fight back. Hopefully, they can delay the Burning Legion's footsteps. Shea nodded slowly. Just like everyone else, even the powerful Dark Dragon Firth and Fairy Dragon Frigga could not stop the Burning Legion. The Scourge Church could forget about it. The Burning Legion's strength was hopeless. Inside the room, Ron's eyes were tightly shut. His unshaven face lacked the naivety of a youth and had a hint of vicissitudes of life. At this moment, he suddenly moved and slowly raised one of his hands. Boom! Countless soul energy began to converge and rushed into his sea of consciousness like a tide. In an instant, Ron's sea of consciousness became full. The powerful soul energy was like a tiger leaping and a dragon soaring, constantly surging and roaring. When Ron's soul energy was full to a certain extent, he suddenly opened his eyes. Now, the powerful soul energy turned into a huge dragon with two wings on its back and violently collided with the thick barrier. Boom! The huge black dragon violently collided with the barrier and exploded with an earth-shattering sound. Even Ron's sea of consciousness shook. Unfortunately, this barrier was not so easy to break through. The huge black dragon seemed to have collided with a solid wall and was quickly defeated. It turned into a cloud of black mist and could no longer maintain the image of a huge dragon. Again, Ron gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. The powerful soul energy rolled back and once again turned into the ferocious image of a huge dragon and violently charged towards the barrier. Forcibly break through. The huge black dragon in Ron's sea of consciousness attacked the barrier again and again. After turning into smoke, it condensed again and again. It was like a valiant soldier attacking his enemy again and again. The powerful barrier was like a rock that did not budge. Under the impact of the powerful soul energy, Ron's soul seemed to feel the pain and let out a painful howl. This kind of pain that came from the depths of the soul was not something an ordinary person could endure. Ron clenched his teeth and trembled all over. Although the room in the underground palace was very cold, his forehead was already oozing with fine beads of sweat. The soul energy outside the room suddenly became active. Everyone could feel the change in this soul energy. It had become incomparably powerful. The girls looked at each other. There was no joy in their eyes. On the contrary, there was a faint trace of worry. One time, 2 times, 3 times, after hundreds of attacks, Ron's soul energy had already been exhausted. He no longer had the strength to launch another attack. Finally, the raging soul energy calmed down. Like a pool of stagnant water, not a single ripple could be seen. At this moment, the people outside the door were filled with disappointment. They knew that Ron's attempt to break through to the next realm had failed again. How many times has it been? Aurora frowned. Is it really so difficult for a God Realm master to break through? These days, Ron had been attacking the God Realm barrier day and night, trying to break through to mid-level God Realm in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, all his efforts were in vain. No matter how hard he tried, the barrier to mid-level God Realm was like a solid wall, not budging an inch. Yes, every step of a God Realm master's advancement is extremely difficult. At this time, a familiar voice sounded from behind, startling everyone. "It's you, Grandpa Homelin." The girls turned around and saw the old figure clad in a black robe. Their faces were filled with pleasant surprise. Homelin nodded as a greeting to the girls. He glanced at the tightly shut door with a solemn expression. D-Lin said, "Grandpa Homelin, these days, Ron has been attacking the barrier day and night, many times. I'm afraid his soul won't be able to take it. Ron, he's too impatient." Homelin sighed softly. He understood Ron's thoughts. Before the Burning Legion's arrival, only strength could turn everything around. However, Ron no longer had the time to wait. He should understand the logic of speed makes waste. But Homelin shook his head. He also knew that Ron was the Scourge Church's hope. The current Ron had long surpassed the Calamity Church's Grand Elder Merlin in terms of strength. He had thoroughly stabilized his cultivation at the early God Realm. Compared to Merlin, who had lived for 100,000 years, the young Ron clearly had more potential. The door leading to Ron's room was still tightly shut. No one knew what Ron was busy with inside, and no one dared to disturb him. They could only wait quietly. They even blocked the news of the Burning Legion. I failed again. At this time, Ron, who was in the room, finally opened his eyes. His calm and slightly aged face was filled with disappointment. How many times has it been? Ron thought for a moment and realized that he couldn't calculate the number. He could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Ron knew that this kind of forceful attack had a very low success rate, and the damage to his soul was equally great. Unfortunately, he didn't have much choice. Forget it. At this moment, Ron almost thought of giving up. He shook his clothes and got off the bed. His finger touched the edge of the bed. Ron touched something hard. He looked down and was stunned. The soul ring, the inconspicuous ring that had always been on his finger. Ron Ron was slightly stunned. It had been a long time since he had seen the soul ring. Holding the soul ring in his hand, he felt something different. The soul ring's appearance had changed. Originally, it was a very ordinary ring that no one would pick up on the street. But now, it seemed to be alive, exuding a strange luster. Clear lines appeared, revealing traces of a powerful and strange power. It was like a stone that had its surface dusted off, turning into a beautiful pearl. The moment he saw the soul ring, Ron didn't know why, but he was impatient to go in and take a look. Ron's heart skipped a beat. He focused his mind and sent his spiritual sense into the soul ring. His soul passed through the vortex and slowly entered the soul ring. The moment he entered, Ron was stunned. He saw that the interior of the soul ring was full of vitality. In a huge bone castle, countless skeletons were busy. They were holding weapons and patrolling the surroundings vigilantly, not letting any intruders go. They were like an army guarding the castle. Ron was a little confused. What's going on? Where did this skeleton army come from? Ron's soul slowly landed on the bone castle. The moment he landed, he was deeply shocked by the skeleton in front of him. His mouth opened into an O shape, and he couldn't close it for a long time. What a gigantic skeleton it was. It was like a giant. The skeleton giant standing in front of Ron was as tall as a 10-story building. It had a thick skeleton, wore heavy armor, and held a huge axe. Ron believed that with a swing of the axe, the power was enough to split a small mountain in half. Moreover, these skeleton giants looked very different from ordinary skeletons. They had horns on their heads, and the protrusion on their foreheads was like a crown. They looked very mighty. However, Ron felt that they looked very familiar. After a while, he remembered that this was the image of the skeleton on the blood-red skeleton flag of the Calamity Army. When did so many skeleton giants appear in the soul ring? What was going on? Ron's mind was full of question marks. He didn't know when these skeleton giants appeared and how they appeared. Wasn't that huge bone castle an empty city? At this moment, the skeleton giant also noticed Ron. Its head turned 180 degrees, and with a caw sound, it stared at Ron with its empty eyes, emitting traces of red light. The moment he was stared at by the skeleton giant, Ron's heart almost stopped beating. He felt as if he was being stared at by a super strong magical beast. Strong. Super strong. Ron instantly came to this conclusion. The skeleton giant in front of him was emitting the aura of a peerless expert. Ron could even clearly feel that if he wanted to fight with that skeleton giant, he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow. Ron's heart jumped to his throat. He even felt the arrival of the god of death. Fortunately, the skeleton giant didn't do anything after looking at Ron. Instead, it slowly left. Its hard bones stepped on the ground, emitting ka-cha sounds. Ron's heart slowly calmed down. In just a moment, the clothes on his back were drenched in cold sweat. Ron could feel that the skeleton giant's eyes were filled with deep contempt when it left. Ron had never thought that he, a powerful divine magus necromancer, would be looked down upon by an undead creature. But all of this had really happened. When did so many undead creatures appear in the soul ring? Every single one of these undead creatures had strength that far surpassed a divine magus like him. This was simply an inconceivable matter. Ron believed that if all the skeleton giants in the Bone Castle were thrown into the battlefield, the Burning Legion would be a piece of cake in front of them. Since they're undead creatures, can I control them? At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Ron's mind. He tried to slowly approach the skeleton giant that looked down on him earlier. Tianyu is back. Continue updating. Chapter 696. Ron's body moved, and his soul floated up, flying in the direction of the skeletal giant. Quickly catching up to the skeletal giant, Ron stood behind the skeletal giant's head with a serious expression. His soul force surged out and turned into countless soul threads that wrapped around the skeletal giant. Normally, it was very easy for a necromancer to control an ownerless undead creature like this, let alone a powerful divine magus like Ron. Ron was very confident that he could control this huge skeletal giant and erase its soul imprint, turning it into his slave. Even if he could only control one, it would play a huge and decisive role in the upcoming battle against the Burning Legion. Of course, there was a possibility of failure. If the undead creature's strength exceeded the controller's, not only would the controller's soul be heavily injured, but it would also turn into an idiot. But with the enemy before them, Ron still decided to take the risk. Countless soul tendrils wrapped around the skeletal giant's bald head like a spider web, penetrating its hard bones and penetrating into the depths of its soul. As long as he could find the skeletal giant's soul imprint and erase it, he could successfully control the skeletal giant. Ron carefully controlled the soul threads to enter the depths of the skeletal giant's soul. The skeletal giant acted as if it didn't see Ron, minding its own business as it walked forward step by step. It didn't look back, nor did it pay attention to what Ron was doing. I finally found the soul imprint. Ron was delighted. Through the soul threads, he quickly found the skeletal giant's soul imprint. It was a white, translucent ball of light that was spinning in the skeletal giant's sea of consciousness. From the power emitted by the soul imprint, the skeletal giant's soul force was very powerful. This also meant that the skeletal giant had already developed a certain degree of self-awareness. Ron's eyes revealed a grave expression. He quickly thought for a moment and suddenly clenched his teeth. "I'll risk it." Under his control, countless black soul threads began to rapidly gather. Soon, the countless soul threads converged into a huge black longsword. Ron took a deep breath and controlled the huge black longsword to stab at the white soul imprint. As long as this soul imprint was destroyed and a new one was created, the skeletal giant would become a puppet that Ron could control. As if sensing danger approaching, the white soul imprint suddenly shone brightly. Before Ron's black longsword could touch the soul imprint, it had already melted like snow. With a boom sound, Ron felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body shook as he felt a sweetness in his throat. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Failure. Ron's soul was severely injured, and his mind was blank. He finally understood that the terrifying skeleton giant in front of him was an existence far beyond him. Such a powerful undead creature was not controlled by his strength at all. The gap between them was as unrealistic as an extremely low-level necromancer trying to control a frost dragon. Fortunately, the skeletal giant did not turn around to attack Ron. It only turned its head slightly to look at him. Ron felt that the skeletal giant's empty eyes had a trace of ridicule, as if it was mocking him for overestimating himself. Ron could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. This was the second time today that he had been mocked by this undead life form. After failing to control the skeletal giant, Ron could only give up on this unrealistic idea. His gaze turned to the skeletal castle below. The body formed by soul force slowly descended. Ron pushed open the gates of the skeletal castle and walked in. The skeletal giant did not seem to see Ron at all and allowed him to move around the skeletal castle. The skeletal castle did not change as usual. When Ron walked in front of the tall Nameless Tower, he was stunned. The Nameless Tower, which had always been silent, was slowly rotating. Green pillars of light were emitted from the tower, illuminating every corner of the soul ring. At the same time, the tower was emitting boundless divine power of death. That was the death god energy. Ron's gaze became blazing. Without a doubt, the death god energy that Ron possessed came from there. However, he only possessed a very small portion of it. Nevertheless, this was already enough for Ron's strength to far surpass that of an ordinary powerhouse of the divine realm. However, the death god energy did not belong to Ron. He was only borrowing it, just like how demons borrowed the destruction god energy. The destruction god energy was the same as the death god energy. They both belonged to the divine realm. Ron's strength clearly had not reached such a level. In the Shu'Alan continent, after the Nameless Tower absorbed a large amount of the death god energy left behind by the Lich King's remnant soul, the entire soul ring became alive. However, although the borrowed death god energy was powerful, Ron could not use it endlessly. After all, the death god energy was limited. Every time it was used, it would be a little less. Ron only had 2 strands of the death god energy in his hands now. The rest had been used up in countless battles with powerhouses in the Shu'Elan continent and the Noah continent. The remaining 2 strands could only be used to save his life. Of course, if the Burning Legion had really attacked Undercity, Ron would not hesitate to use it to protect his followers and loved ones. Ron extended his hand. With a whoosh, 2 strands of Death God energy as thin as hair appeared in Ron's palm. They were like earthworms that kept twisting. Ron did not dare to underestimate these 2 strands of hair. He knew that this power was enough to kill a beginner of the divine realm without divine energy. The Death God energy is a power that can only be truly possessed by God. Just a strand of the Death God energy has such power. How powerful would a true God be? Ron muttered to himself as he stared at the strands of Death God energy in his hand. At this moment, a scene that Ron did not expect occurred. The 2 strands of Death God energy suddenly broke free from Ron's control and suddenly rose into the air. Ron opened his mouth wide in astonishment with an expression of disbelief. The 2 strands of Death God energy seemed to be attracted by some power as they kept rising. Their target was the Nameless Tower. Ron's expression changed greatly. He finally knew what the Nameless Tower wanted to do. It was like a baby craving for its mother's water. It began to frantically snatch away the Death God energy that Ron possessed. No, don't. Ron suddenly became nervous. These 2 strands of Death God energy were his last trump card against the Burning Legion. He was not willing to lose it like this. Ron suddenly flew into the air, intending to stop the Nameless Tower from absorbing the 2 strands of Death God energy. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. 2 strands of divine energy of death that were as thin as a strand of hair entered the Nameless Pagoda and disappeared. Boom! At this moment, the Nameless Tower shone brightly, bursting out with intense green radiance. After absorbing the Death God energy, the Nameless Tower seemed to have come alive. It spun rapidly, radiating light in all directions like the sun, illuminating the entire space. Countless souls hovered in the air, roaring, forming a sinister figure. It was extremely terrifying. Bastard! After losing the last 2 strands of Death God energy, Ron was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He involuntarily stretched out his hand as if he wanted to pull the 2 strands of Death God energy out of the Nameless Tower. As soon as his hand came in contact with the Nameless Tower, Ron knew that things were bad. The soul energy in his body seemed to be uncontrollable as it rushed into the Nameless Tower. Damn it! How could I forget this? Ron was anxious. He already knew that the Nameless Tower could absorb soul energy. Last time, he was almost sucked dry. This time, he didn't know if he would be as lucky as last time. Ron shuddered when he thought of what had happened last time. Ron desperately tried to pull his right hand out of the Nameless Tower. Unfortunately, his right hand seemed to be stuck tightly to the tower. At the same time, his soul force crazily flowed out like a flood that had broken through the floodgates. What made Ron fearful was that this time, the Nameless Tower seemed to be absorbing a lot more power than last time. Ron was unable to break away from its control, even if he used soul ignition. Ron's soul energy was draining faster, but he couldn't do anything about it. Ron's consciousness gradually blurred. Even his soul body began to be somewhat unstable, as if it would disappear at any time. His soul energy was slowly being sucked dry by the Nameless Tower. I can't, Ron gasped for breath, his face full of despair. Could it be that he was really going to die here today? As long as it was a living creature, it had to have a soul, and a creature without a soul was just a walking corpse. Ron didn't dare to imagine the expressions of Shea, Kadena, and the other women when they saw him become a lifeless corpse. They might be heartbroken. However, it didn't matter whether they were heartbroken or not, because the Burning Legion would arrive soon. He heard that they had already taken down Pompeii City. Ron was unwilling. He was absolutely unwilling to die like this. He still had a lot of things to do. I'm sorry, Sir Lich King. I failed to live up to your expectations and was unable to protect the Scourged Church. At the moment of his death, Ron thought of the remnant soul of the Lich King, Heremos, who was far away in the snow-orchid continent. Heremos was looking at him with a disappointed expression. This gaze made Ron feel ashamed. Even though Ron had advanced to the domain of the gods, in front of the powerful Lich King, he still didn't have anything to be proud of. Ron closed his eyes in despair. His body turned into a cloud of smoke. First it was his hands and feet, then it was his body gradually disappearing. The divine necromancer's enormous soul energy had all become the Nameless Tower's possession. Just when Ron thought that he was going to die, a strange thing happened again. At this time, the Nameless Tower stopped rotating. That overflowing green light also dimmed, and the soul energy no longer absorbed. On the contrary, the soul energy once again surged out from the Nameless Tower, reconstructing Ron's body, hands, and feet. Is this a dream? Ron's body and consciousness once again returned. He didn't dare to believe the reality in front of his eyes. However, something even more inconceivable happened. Ron's hand moved. He only felt a powerful surge of energy. Countless soul energy was like a flood that had opened the floodgates, submerging him in an instant. What a powerful soul energy. Countless soul energy poured into Ron's sea of consciousness, causing him to feel incomparably full in an instant. The injuries he received from breaking through the barrier were instantly healed. So comfortable. Ron, who was bathing in the soul energy, couldn't help but moan. At the same time, his soul energy was slowly increasing. This energy was too enormous. It was so enormous that he didn't dare to imagine it. At this moment, Ron was dumbstruck. This was because something impossible was about to happen to him. Ron was about to break through. Chapter 697. Ron could not believe it. After searching for thousands of times, this moment had finally arrived. He was finally going to break through. Boom! A loud sound came from Ron's mind. It was as deafening as the sound of a bell, as huge as a wave, and as the sound of a drum from an ancient battlefield. In an instant, Ron's mind went blank. Countless grayish-white, ferocious-looking souls gushed out of Ron's body, constantly roaming and reverberating in the room, making woo, woo sounds. A terrifying aura filled every corner of the room, forming a beautiful scene. Ron's eyes had turned dark green, looking very terrifying and strange. A powerful aura passed through the door, causing the atmosphere in the room to change. The cold and damp basement suddenly became bone-chillingly cold. Even the water droplets dripping from the door turned into ice in an instant. Everyone in the room stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Their eyes were filled with joy and disbelief at the same time. Ron actually broke through at this time. Grandpa Hommelin, what's going on? Among everyone, Becerra was the most confused. She was not a cultivator and could not know everything, but she was smart enough to see something in everyone's eyes. He broke through. Ron finally broke through. Hommelin's lips trembled, and his eyes were filled with tears. At the most critical moment in Undercity, the Scourge Church's young master Ron, who carried everyone's hopes, finally broke through. Although they did not know how terrifying Ron's strength would be, it was possible for it to increase by a large margin. In God's domain, every breakthrough was extremely difficult. Ron wasn't even 30 years old yet he already had such achievements. How could this not be a cause for celebration? He broke through? Becerra was happy, although she did not know why. She knew that this should be a good thing. Only her and Ron's daughter, the little girl with a runny nose, still looked confused. Kadena, Aurora, and Dee Lin were also overjoyed. Let's go. Hommelin slowly withdrew his gaze from the door and said with a hint of relief, although his strength has increased, his realm is still not stable. We need to give him some time. Everyone nodded. Ron's breakthrough finally gave them a glimmer of hope. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The door to Ron's room was still tightly shut. Not a single sound came out, and there was no sign of him coming out. Ron's room was guarded by 2 guards 24 hours a day. Once there was news, someone would immediately report it to the Great Elder. Every day, Vivian would linger in front of Ron's room for a long time. Every time, she would come with hope and leave with disappointment. Every time Vivian came, the guard at the door would frown even more when he saw her. "What? You have one more day, and the Burning Legion will be here." In the spacious war hall, Vivian was listening to the latest battle report. When she heard this news from the front lines, she was extremely shocked. Yes, it could be half a day, or even earlier. Standing in front of Vivian was an officer of the Ebia Empire. He had come with Juliana's message. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and raised his head. "Your Majesty, if the situation worsens, I'm afraid that she won't be able to hold on. When that time comes, the entire Ebia Empire will be finished." After the Burning Legion invaded the Ebia Empire, they broke through the capital of the Ebia Empire at lightning speed. As the Empress, Juliana escaped under the protection of the Scourge Church's experts. Then, according to the Scourge Church's instructions, she used the geographical advantage to engage in guerrilla warfare with the Burning Legion. It was guerrilla warfare, but in reality, she was being chased around by the Burning Legion like ducks. The Ebia Empire suffered heavy casualties and couldn't launch an effective attack. Even so, Juliana couldn't hold on. Vivian knew that if not for the fact that the Burning Legion looked down on them and refused to accept their surrender, perhaps Juliana would have already led her people to surrender to the Burning Legion. Even if Juliana didn't have such thoughts, it didn't exclude the possibility that her subordinates didn't. The Burning Legion was simply too powerful. They were so powerful that they were on a completely different level compared to the secular forces of the Noah continent. No one wanted to be enemies with them. After hearing the officer's words, Vivian fell into a short silence. How could she not know about this situation? It was just that she didn't have any good ideas. The Burning Legion is simply too powerful. Our attacks have no effect at all. They can casually send out a small team, and it's enough to bury our entire army. So, we really have no other choice. At this point, the Ebia Empire's officer paused for a moment. She looked at Vivian and asked hesitantly, "How is the young lord doing? Has there been any new decision on this matter?" This question was asked for Juliana. The entire Ebia Empire was falling apart under the attacks of the Burning Legion. She was extremely anxious, but at the same time, she knew that all hope was on Ron. At this crucial moment, she hoped that as the Empire's guardian, Ron could quickly stand up and turn the situation around. Vivian's eyes flashed, and she revealed a displeased expression. She coldly said, "Is this something you should ask?" A powerful aura was released in an instant, bringing with it the pressure of a powerhouse from the sacred domain. This caused the Ebia officer to sweat profusely. In an instant, his back was drenched in cold sweat. The officer felt as if he was standing in front of the Grim Reaper. His life no longer belonged to him. I'm sorry, Lady Vivian." Under Vivian's terrifying pressure, the officer knelt down with a plop and cried bitterly. I was only passing on a message for His Majesty." "Get up," Vivian said indifferently. "Do your job well. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Also, Vivian stood up and stared sharply at the officer. "Tell Juliana that I don't care what method she uses. She must delay the Burning Legion for as long as possible. This is also my young lord's latest order." "Yes, Lady Vivian. I will definitely pass on the message." The officer knelt on one knee and replied. As a subordinate officer, he naturally couldn't promise anything. When he raised his head, Vivian had already turned and left. Vivian's heart was heavy as she left. She knew that a storm was unavoidable. In the morning light, Undercity was shrouded in a cloud of black fog. The opening of the curtain of darkness meant that danger was about to arrive. The entire Undercity was in a state of extreme panic. The people on the streets looked up, their faces distorted from fear. The Burning Legion had arrived. With a powerful and terrifying aura, outside the city, a dense group of hell creatures surrounded the entire Undercity. The bearing hell creatures quickly gathered. They constantly roared and let out earth-shattering roars, causing countless creatures in Undercity to tremble. After destroying countless cities in Ebia, The Burning Legion had finally arrived at the tiny Undercity. 2 devil war chariots were pushed to the front. Sitting on the war chariot, the devil's gaze casually swept over everything. He was like a high and mighty god, looking down on the mortal world with an incomparably arrogant expression. Not long after, the devil's smile faded a little. He had sensed that there were God Realm Masters hiding in this small, undead castle. Yinset, do you feel it? There are existences here that threaten us. One of the devils sent a message to the other through spiritual sense. Pisces, I can feel it. There are 2 God Realm Masters. The devil called Yinset said with a solemn expression. Then he chuckled, but they're just low-level God Realm Masters. There's no need to worry. Even if it's a one-on-one battle, we won't be at a disadvantage. Not to mention, we have such a powerful devil army. That's right, below low-level God Realm. No one is a match for us devils. Pisces declared arrogantly, us devils are natural-born warriors, below the same level. We are the strongest. No one can compare. Yinset added, but we still need to be careful when facing the undead. I heard they have a strange power. Pisces smiled. Those are just rumors. The undead race was a little better 100,000 years ago. But look at the present. In the main plane, where would the undead have the right to speak? While the 2 devils were conversing, inside Undercity, the protective forces weren't idle either. All the experts had gathered, nervously watching the Burning Legion's movements through the curtain of darkness. The entire city had turned into a huge military camp. The streets were filled with patrolling soldiers. Those disciples in black robes had solemn expressions mixed with determination. They firmly believed that the great death god and his follower, Lord Ron, would lead them to victory after victory. Ron hasn't come out yet. Homelin stood in the middle of the crowd, his thin face full of worry. He had already sensed that there were 2 God Realm Masters on the other side, and neither of them was weaker than him. If Ron was included, then it would be fine, but facing 2 devils with similar strength, Homelin felt powerless. He had already learned of the Burning Legion's strength from Ron. Not yet. Kadena shook her head. I checked again today. His door has been closed. I don't know when he'll come out. Who? Homelin took a deep breath, closed his eyes, then opened them again. At this moment, there was incomparable determination in his eyes, his voice resolute and decisive. No matter the price, we must buy time for Ron. Even if we have to fight in the streets, we must delay the Burning Legion's advance. Don't give them a chance to enter Undercity. Yes, Lord Grand Elder. All the experts felt their hearts tremble as they replied loudly. Whether it was the members of the Calamity Church or the women by Ron's side, all of them had resolute looks in their eyes. At this moment, Ron was still immersed in cultivation. The energy of a mid-level God Realm Master was too great. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't absorb it all. His spiritual sense world seemed to be able to expand endlessly until it reached infinity. When the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, Pisces' eyes narrowed slightly, nodding lightly. We can tack. Chapter 698. Roar. Countless hell creatures let out a deafening roar. Their roars were filled with intense excitement. Killing had become their instinct and nature. At this moment, there was only cruelty and malevolence in their eyes. At this moment, countless hell creatures charged towards Undercity. They were like a tidal wave, bringing with them a monstrous killing intent and death aura, causing all the living beings in Undercity to tremble. It's here. Everyone's heart trembled. Prepare for battle. As the commander, Vivian brazenly gave the order. Since the storm was already here, let it come fiercely. Swish, swish, swish. Countless green light spots rose into the air. The necromancers launched their attacks. These green light balls were like the fireballs in the hands of magicians. The difference was that although they were not very powerful, they were very dangerous. They attacked the physical body as well as the soul. Boom, boom, boom. Countless soul attacks rained down. The ground in front of Undercity looked as though it had been plowed. None of the hell creatures could escape from the strange soul attacks. Some of the weaker hell creatures were already howling in pain. Some even died on the spot. These hell creatures that died from the soul attacks did not have any injuries on their bodies. However, their souls had already collapsed, and they were now lifeless corpses. However, the losses were still within the acceptable range of the Burning Legion. The demon commanding the battle did not even bat an eye. Go! Under the command of the demon commander, a red cloud suddenly rose from the main battlefield of the Burning Legion. It was a group of small demons. Their terrifying numbers could be described as a swarm. They were densely packed like locusts. They had red skin and were holding large swords, spears, and similar weapons. They had a pair of huge wings on their backs that did not match their short stature. Their faces were as ferocious as big demons. Although the small demons were short, they were extremely powerful. Most of them were at the master level. A master level expert was not scary. The scary thing was that when a group of master level experts charged over, there was still someone who could remain calm. Gee, the small demons laughed maliciously. They were like burning flames as they charged towards the city wall. They emitted a powerful aura of destruction that was enough to cause all the soldiers in Undercity to lose the will to resist. Imps were extremely fast and were the nemesis of mages. The moment the imps closed in on them would be the moment of their death. Red Cloud pounced towards the city wall, and a melee battle was unavoidable. Countless little demons fell into the dark sky canopy of Undercity. However, after entering the dark sky canopy, they felt their vision turn black and their vision was affected. Through the eyes of the undead, he could clearly see the imp's every move. Kill! Vivian's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Her body was straight as a powerful soul force was released from her body. She took advantage of the momentary absent-mindedness of the imps and gave the order to attack. The anger of the experts from the sacred domain was like a flame from the abyss of hell. Once it was ignited, it could not be extinguished. Kill! 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 On the city wall, countless undead warriors raised their swords. The Death Knights also mounted their war horses and charged towards the Burning Legion. Pooh! A sword pierced into the body of an imp. The imp's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he could not believe what was happening. Along the way, the Burning Legion destroyed countless cities. All creatures were as weak as lambs in front of them. Even the experts from the sacred domain, who were much stronger than them, could only flee in the face of such a terrifying number. Before coming to Undercity, he did not expect to die here, and in such a humiliating way. The imps whose vision was greatly affected were in chaos under the attack of the undead army of the Scourge. The battle on the city wall was one-sided. The spirit-summoning towers, which acted as the defensive force of Undercity, lit up one after another. Shrill cries could be heard from the towers as if countless souls were roaring. Wisps of air that carried both physical and soul attacks began to spread out, looking for targets to invade. Poochie! 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 In the darkness, countless long swords and spears pierced towards the imps from every corner. Many imps screamed miserably as they fell into pools of blood. At this moment, the experienced imps were stunned. They felt like a hungry wolf that had pounced on a delicious lamb, only to discover that it was the lamb that had been devoured. Bastard! I can't see anything. Damn it! My leg was cut off. I need treatment. Quick! Where's the treatment? Are they all dead? In the darkness, the imps squeezed each other, and there were even accidental injuries. The imps that charged into the city wall suffered heavy casualties. What's going on? What's wrong with the imps? Why do I feel that a large number of life signs are disappearing? Sitting on the demon chariot, Yin Set frowned. They fell into a trap. Pisces stared at the battlefield in the distance. Those undead are really not easy to deal with. Do we need to take action? Yin Set's eyes were cold. Not yet. Pisces, on the other hand, had a relaxed look on his face. His body gently leaned back and changed into a more comfortable position. If they can't even handle such a small matter, then they should all die. No army will raise trash. The intense battle at the top of Undercity continued. After a brief panic, the imps finally stabilized their footing. Quick! Use Burning Shield immediately. At this time, an imp reminded them. Burning Shield was a special skill of the demons. Once activated, the little demon's body would be wrapped in flames. In addition to protecting the little demon, the Burning Shield could also cause a certain degree of damage to the attacker. However, the imp's purpose of using Burning Shield was not for defense, but for illumination. Boom! Boom! The Burning Shield on one of the imps was activated and soon illuminated the surrounding space. The other imps followed suit and used the Burning Shield one after another. Countless Burning Shields formed a huge light source, illuminating the space at the top of the city. In just a moment, Undercity's dark canopy lost its effect. The imps looked around, their eyes full of anger. In just a moment, many imps were injured, dead, and lying in a pool of blood. A moment of underestimating the enemy caused the imps to suffer heavy casualties. Since coming to the Noah continent, they had not suffered such a heavy blow. At this time, the undead army surrounded them again. Kill them all. The imp who looked like a leader glanced at the undead army with hatred and hissed a sentence from between his teeth. GG. The angry imps pounced on the undead like locusts, the weapon in their hands emitting a cold light. Damn it, Vivian cursed. She thought that the dark canopy would be broken by the other party, but she did not expect it to be so fast. Even though the dark canopy had lost its effect, the undead warriors did not retreat. They fought with the imps on the city wall. The imps who had suffered a loss encountered the undead army who were defending Undercity. The battle became white-hot as soon as it started, and neither side had a reason to retreat. On the other side, the Burning Legion had crossed the moat and quickly approached the city wall. They began to attack the sturdy city gate of Undercity. Boom! 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 The city wall of Undercity was a mess. Every step forward, there would be one or several corpses. These corpses might belong to the imps or the undead. The battle was extremely tragic. Roar! Kay transformed into the Golden Beaumont. Every punch he threw had the strength of 1,000. The imps who were hit all had their brains burst open, and they died on the spot. Water Mage Saint Katina was surrounded by floating water balls, one after another. Each water ball had a little demon trapped in it. They struggled with all their might, but they couldn't escape from the water balls and were drowned alive in the water balls. The necromancers had already summoned countless skeletons to fight with the imps. However, their defense was not strong, and they were no match for the imps. They were quickly torn apart. Vivian was no exception. As a commander, she had already joined the attack. She summoned the Skeleton Legion to protect her weak body, and, at the same time, she summoned the Abyss Bone Dragon to attack. The Abyss Bone Dragon circled in the sky, and the dark dragon breath it spat out burned the imps until only their skeletons were left. GG. Just as Vivian killed an imp with her bone spear, she heard the imp's cry behind her. She turned around and found that the imp had already rushed in front of her. Its sharp spear was already aimed at her. Damn it! I fell into a trap. Vivian cursed. She quickly understood that this cunning imp was playing dead on the ground and waiting for an opportunity to launch a fatal attack. In this chaotic battlefield, no one would pay attention to whether the person lying on the ground was a living person or a corpse. As the imp's speed was too fast, Vivian did not have time to dodge or use defensive skills. She could only risk being injured in exchange for the imp's life. The imp also knew that it was impossible to kill a powerful being from the sacred domain. It was already very good that it could use its life in exchange for the other party's injury. From this point, one could see the ruthlessness of hell creatures. They were not only ruthless to their enemies, but also to themselves. This was also the reason why the Burning Legion was invincible in this plane. At this time, there was a gotcha sound. The imp that attacked Vivian was hit by a claw from the sky, and its brain burst open. It died on the spot. Are you okay? The one who came was D-Lin. At this moment, she had transformed into a Leakin and stood up high, looking at Vivian with a serious expression. I'm fine, thank you. Vivian breathed a sigh of relief. Although D-Lin's attacks were mainly magic, as a magical beast, her close combat ability was also not bad. D-Lin nodded. Be careful, the battle has just begun. Dressed in a black robe, the great elder of the Scourge Church, Hamelin, stood quietly in the middle of the battlefield. His eyes were looking into the distance, and his spiritual sense had already locked onto the two great demons of the Burning Legion. He stood motionless, ignoring everything around him, as if the cruel battle had nothing to do with him. The battle took place around Hamelin, but within 10 meters of him, there was not the slightest trace of a battle. It had become a vacuum zone, as if feeling the powerful aura of the opponent's divine domain. The little demons did not dare to attack Hamelin. They even looked at Hamelin with fear in their eyes. Finally, one of the little demons, standing behind Hamelin, could not hold back and gave a meaningful glance to the other little demons beside him. The little demons responded, and a trace of killing intent flashed in their yellow eyes like poisonous snakes. Suddenly, dozens of little demons rushed out like a whirlwind, attacking Hamelin's back like lightning. They naively thought that sacrificing their lives would be able to inflict serious damage to this divine domain expert before them. Unfortunately, they were wrong. Hamelin ignored the sudden threat behind him and only coldly snorted, courting death. Without looking at Hamelin's movements, the dozens of demons suddenly emitted a large amount of blue flames, burning fiercely. They immediately screamed and rolled on the ground with all their might. However, those blue flames would not be extinguished. With their strength, they had no way to get rid of them. They could only look on helplessly as their bodies were engulfed by the blue flames. This time, the other little demons did not dare to act blindly without thinking. They looked at Hamelin with intense fear in their eyes. Chapter 699. Blood, severed limbs, severed arms. The fierce battle was exceptionally fierce. For the undead, they had nowhere to retreat because behind them were millions of Scourge Church believers. Kill them. Slaughter these bastards. A Death Knight raised his long sword and shouted with all his might. His body was dripping with blood, and it was impossible to tell if it was his or the enemy's blood. However, in just a moment, he was smashed into meat paste by a terrifying hellfire fist. Great Demon Pakes' face was grim. His eyes were fixed on Hamelin's direction as he slowly said, "Yset, do you want to deal with this guy, or should I?" Yset smiled and slowly stood up from the demon chariot. "Let me do it. This guy isn't worth Lord Pakes' time." Pakes nodded. "Be careful. I feel that this guy isn't easy to deal with." "It's nothing." Yset faintly smiled. She didn't comment and arrogantly said, "I will soon let him know that our demon race is the most outstanding race in the main plane. Even if we are both God Realm powerhouses, there's an insurmountable gap between us." As soon as Yset's voice fell, she disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The teleportation of a great demon was extraordinary. "This guy is still so impatient." Pakes glanced to the side and said unhurriedly. At this time, at the top of Gloom City, Hamelin's heart suddenly trembled, and an ice-cold chill spread through his body. It was a feeling of extreme danger, as if the Grim Reaper had stretched out his scythe. Shadowmist. Hamelin, who had experienced hundreds of battles, made a prompt decision. With a fierce shout, his body turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Boom! The next moment, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Even the entire Gloom City shook a few times. A powerful force burst out like a compressed spring, and the entire city cracked open like a spiderweb. Countless boulders rolled down, and a large part of the city collapsed. On the walls of Undercity, all the undead were stunned. Their faces were filled with fear, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. A 3 to 4 meter tall monster with red skin and several long horns on its head appeared on the city wall. It spread its wings angrily, and its steel-like claws pierced deeply into the city wall. It half squatted and crawled on the city wall with a ferocious smile on its face. Devil. That was a real devil. According to the legends, he was an extremely evil existence. His appearance was accompanied by destruction and slaughter, signifying death and fear. When the demons arrived, Humans had already forgotten to be afraid. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Their faces were numb as they allowed themselves to be slaughtered. This was a prophecy in the Holy See scripture about the end of the world, and now the prophecy seemed to have come true. As the commander, the Grand Magus Necromancer Vivian stood there dumbstruck. Her hands were cold, and she couldn't speak for a long time. The legend of the devil was so frightening, but when Vivian stood in front of the devil, she knew that the word frightening was not enough to describe it. It was a kind of extreme fear that came from the depths of one's heart. It made one unable to summon the slightest bit of resistance. Her strength as a Grand Magus Necromancer was like an ant in the eyes of the devil. Yusette smiled with satisfaction. She liked to see the twisted expressions on everyone's faces due to fear. She slightly raised her right fist and punched out. Boom! The destructive power erupted once again, and the powerful force penetrated the void. For a moment, the earth shook. Countless undead experts were sent flying and fell to the ground like kites with their strings cut. At this moment, the entire Undercity was empty as if it had been swept clean. The devil finally made his move. As soon as he appeared, he shocked everyone. For a moment, countless hell creatures cheered. Lady Yusette is mighty. Exterminate these inferior races. They don't deserve to live in this world. Kill them all. The appearance of the greater fiend reversed the situation of the entire battlefield. In the sky, Homelin sucked in a breath of cold air, but there was no intention of retreating in his eyes. He silently took out his bone staff and chanted in a low voice. In an instant, the wind rose and the clouds surged. Countless black clouds quickly gathered and covered half the sky. A powerful soul force filled the world and permeated the entire space. Roar, a call from ancient times. A wisp of power that did not belong to this world slowly came through the spatial magic array. Its appearance caused the surrounding temperature to drop by several dozen degrees. The early autumn weather suddenly became bone-chilling. Frost Dragon, the most terrifying and powerful undead creature in the legends. Its appearance meant the end of life. Seeming to feel the powerful aura coming from the sky, Yusette slowly raised her head, her eyes revealing a dignified look. Roar! A powerful frost power descended. At this moment, Homelin moved. He slightly raised his hand, and the frost dragon's monstrous cold aura pressed down like Mount Tai. The dragon breath it exhaled could completely freeze everything. Destruction Fist. Facing the powerful frost dragon, the greater fiend did not cower. He raised his huge fist, and the power of destruction revolved. A powerful fist energy pierced through the void. Boom! There was a momentary pause between the heavens and the earth. The collision between the destructive power and the icy power caused a great commotion. Like a whirlwind, it spread out in all directions. A warhorse was only swept by the wind, but it was torn apart as if it was dismembered. Boom! 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 The two forces collided and exploded. The aftermath of the explosion could not be ignored. The top of Undercity's walls caved in, and countless boulders rolled down, revealing a gap. Oh no! Vivian cried out in alarm. The sturdy walls of Undercity finally showed signs of loosening. The hell creatures roared in excitement and poured in through the gap, wantonly slaughtering in the city. Reserve Army go! Under Vivian's command, the Reserve Army, which was already prepared for battle, charged forward. The Reserve Army, which was made up of Death Knights and Necromancers, was definitely the best of the best in the Scourge Church. Their mission was to block the gap. Vivian's strategy was impeccable. However, due to the great disparity in strength, the Reserve Army's efforts were in vain. The Hell creatures of the Burning Legion quickly defeated the Reserve Army and attacked Undercity. Undercity fell. Countless Hell creatures roamed the streets, killing everyone in sight. A three-headed hellhound picked up a middle-aged man, and the man was torn in half as he wailed one by one. The believers of the Scourge Church in black fell into a pool of blood. At this moment, in Undercity, no matter if they were commoners or nobles, They could not escape the fate of being slaughtered. It was a scene from hell, filled with blood, cruelty, and the song of slaughter. It's over. Seeing the burning legion attack Undercity, Vivian's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. She closed her eyes in pain. She had painstakingly built Undercity for many years and invested a lot of effort. However, in the face of absolute power, it was like an egg hitting a rock. However, in this moment of despair, the soldiers and soldiers of the Calamity Church were roused with a strong fighting spirit. They began to organize and fight to the death against the creatures of hell. They made use of the geographical advantage of Undercity and the complicated streets to engage in street battles with the burning legion. The sky above Undercity burned. Like other cities, as one of the most powerful cities in the Noah continent, Undercity could not escape the fate of being destroyed. 1,000 miles of ice, scythe of destruction. In the sky, while Merlin and the great demon Yset were in the midst of a fierce battle. Frost dragons, curses, necromancy. While Merlin had used up all his tricks, but he was only able to fight the great demon to a draw and was even at a disadvantage. The great demon suddenly appeared and disappeared. Its speed was far beyond his imagination. Although Homelin could also use Shadow Mist, it was still inferior to the great demon's teleportation. In the distant demon chariot, Paik stood there indifferently with his hands behind his back. There was not a trace of worry on his face. He knew that Yset would definitely win. You have no chance of winning. Surrender. Yset, who had the upper hand, laughed loudly. His face was full of mockery. It just so happens that I lack a slave to order around. I think you're very suitable. Go to hell. Homelin gritted his teeth. His eyes were full of anger, and the incantation in his hands became even more urgent. At this moment, the entire Undercity had become a huge battlefield. The usually bustling streets were covered with blood and corpses. There were believers of the Scourge and the Burning Legion. The soldiers and civilians of the Scourge Church resisted stubbornly, and the Burning Legion paid a great price for every step they took. At this time, the battlefield had gradually shifted to the center of Undercity. Soon, they would enter the underground world. At this time, a hellhound had already rushed in. Be careful. Don't let them enter the underground world, Vivian exclaimed. She knew that the underground world was full of the old, weak, women, and children who had taken refuge in Undercity. If those ferocious creatures of hell broke in, the consequences would be unimaginable. More importantly, Ron, who was training, was also in the underground world. Bang! A small green arrow accurately shot into the forehead of the three-headed hellhound. However, the small arrow was completely disproportionate to the huge body of the three-headed hellhound. It looked as if it posed no threat at all. However, after the hellhound was shot, it fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and stopped moving. It had already become a corpse. The one who shot the arrow was Aurora. At this moment, she was standing on the roof with a cold expression. She held a green longbow in her hand, and the bowstring was trembling uncontrollably. The small green arrow was small and inconspicuous, but it was covered with extremely strong poison. Just a little bit was enough to be fatal. Hearing Vivian's words, Kadena, D-Lin, Kay, and the other strong people consciously gathered together and sealed the entrance to the underground world. They also resisted the Burning Legion to the death. Among them, Kay was fighting with an hellfire. Chapter 700. Locked in his room, Ron was already aware of what was happening outside. He could even hear the earth-shattering battle cries outside, the sounds of swords slicing flesh, the pitiful howls of believers falling to the ground, and the groans of injured soldiers. Ron was extremely anxious, but before he stabilized his cultivation, he couldn't move a muscle. Otherwise, not only would all his previous efforts be wasted, he might even turn into an idiot due to the soul backlash. But that mid-level god realm's soul force was enormous, far beyond his imagination. That soul force was like the water in the sea, inexhaustible and inexhaustible. No matter how hard Ron tried to absorb it, it was as if there was no end to it. Faster, just a little faster. At this moment, Ron gritted his teeth, madly absorbing the vast soul force after breaking through to mid-level God realm. Inside the room, countless souls were wandering around, letting out mournful cries. Grandpa Homelin, Vivian, Aurora, you guys hold on a little longer, just a little longer, it's almost done. Ron chanted in his heart, accelerating his absorption of the surrounding soul force. At this moment, his spiritual sea was brimming with soul force. Outside the basement door, the Golden Beaumont K was fighting. His opponent was a hellfire creature with a body as hard as a rock, covered in flames. This hellfire creature's strength had actually reached the terrifying sacred domain realm. Even when fighting against a Golden Beaumont with a noble bloodline, he wasn't at a disadvantage. Boom! K was sent flying by a punch. His huge body staggered several steps back, slamming heavily into the wall, leaving a big hole in the sturdy wall. Cracks spread out like a spider web. Hey! K spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, slowly getting up. This guy is really tough. I didn't expect an ordinary hell creature to have such terrifying strength. K thought. Golden flames burned in his eyes. But I won't admit defeat. Absolutely not, because I am a legendary Golden Beaumont. Roar. K roared. Golden light burst out from his body, erupting with a beast-like strength, once again pouncing on the hellfire. In the sky, Merlin and the greater demon Yset's decision had reached a critical juncture. A thunderous sound echoed in the dusky sky as the two powerhouses of the god domain staged a showdown between the undead and the underworld. Sword of Destruction. The great demon Yset, who was holding the great dark sword, gathered her energy and unleashed a powerful destructive force, forming a black chain in the sky. It was as if the sky had been split into two halves. Boom! The gigantic black longsword smashed into the frost dragon's body. The frost dragon let out a tragic howl that shook the heavens. A large amount of white mist appeared from the spot where the sword had struck its body. The mist filled the air. At this time, the frost dragon began to disintegrate. Under the ravaging power of destruction, its body turned into countless ice shards. Large chunks of ice fell onto Undercity like a magnificent meteor shower. On the ground, countless undead were stunned. They stared blankly at the sky, as if they couldn't believe the scene before their eyes. The invincible frost dragon had actually been defeated. What? Homelin's hands and feet went cold. He never thought that the frost dragon would be destroyed in front of his eyes. This was a frost dragon with the power of the god realm. I thought he had some ability. The so-called undead legend is just another great demon. Pays smiled and slowly sat down, gently stroking the demon statue on the armrest, as if regretting that he couldn't personally take action. What a pity, such a good contribution was taken away by that Yset. Pays shook his head and said regretfully, that guy's reward really makes one jealous. Within the Burning Legion, merit was determined by strength. The stronger the enemy's strength, the greater the reward. Killing a God Realm powerhouse was also considered a great merit. How is it? Undead, to tell you the truth. Your time of death has come. Looking at the bewildered Homelin, Yset's ugly and ferocious face revealed a victorious smile. He slightly raised the black greatsword in his hand and pointed it at Homelin. If you have any last words, say them quickly. You won't have a chance if you're late. This guy is really too strong, Homelin sighed. At this moment, he had consumed more than half of his soul force. He knew that he no longer had the strength to fight with the other party. Damn it, why hasn't Ron come out yet? Homelin was extremely anxious, but he had no other choice. Could he drag Ron out of the room? I have to think of a way to stall for time. Homelin sighed silently, but looking at the powerful demon in front of him, he had no confidence. Not good. They're going to rush in. Kill. 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 Drive them all out. No, we can't stop them. With strength much greater than that of the Scourge Church, the Burning Legion had quickly broken into the underground world of Undercity. The resistance of the Scourge Church could no longer stop the burning legion. At this time, the women and children hiding in the underground world were tragically killed. The elderly, women, and children who had no resistance fell into a pool of blood one after another. Their existence seemed to be only to satisfy the desire of the hell creatures to kill. All hell creatures had a common characteristic. The more they killed, the stronger they became. At this moment, all hell creatures, without exception, had crimson eyes full of strong killing intent, and their strength was rapidly expanding. Boom! 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 The ground was collapsing, and a powerful destructive force was wreaking havoc. Even the entire Undercity was trembling. Countless rocks fell to the ground, and dust and smoke filled the air. Bang! A huge rock fell to the ground, and two figures suddenly leaned against each other. It was Kadena and Aurora, one holding a bow and the other holding a staff, standing back to back. At this moment, they looked very miserable. They had long lost the dignity of experts from the sacred domain, and their bodies were covered in wounds. "How's your side?" Kadena asked. "There are many monsters, and they're very strong. We can't kill them all." Aurora's eyes were red as she panted. "How about yours?" Kadena said. "Same. Is there really no other way?" Aurora's eyes were filled with despair. In the room, Ron was still immersed in his cultivation. Countless soul forces were entwined in his room. At this moment, huge spiderweb-like cracks had appeared on the ceiling of the room. Countless gravel and dust rolled down and landed on his body. Unfortunately, he did not feel it and continued to cultivate without moving. Fortunately, the soul force of a divine Magus necromancer was beginning to show signs of shrinking. Ron's heart was wild with joy. "All right, almost done. You guys hold on a little longer. Just a little longer," Ron said in his heart. "Don't you have any last words?" At this time, the great demon Yset, who was holding a huge dark sword, said to Homelin in the sky. Homelin quietly floated in the air, the light in his eyes flickering. He was silent and did not answer the great demon's words. In the distance, Pakes looked at the silent Homelin, and his heart was slightly moved. He did not know why, but he had a strange feeling, but he could not tell what this feeling was. It was as if something important had been left behind. Seeing that Homelin did not speak, Yset's face sank. She shook her head and said, "That's a pity, undead. However, to be able to die in my hands, it's your honor." After Yset finished speaking, she once again raised the huge dark sword in her hand. The black flames on her body surged wildly, and the power of destruction erupted once again. Gradually, Pakes' tightly knitted brows slowly relaxed. He finally knew what that strange feeling was. On the battlefield of Undercity, he had neglected one person from beginning to end. Undercity had two realm of the gods' powerhouses. Then what about the other one? What was he doing? Pakes had a bad feeling in his heart. He stood up with a swish and shouted, "Yset, you bastard! What the hell are you doing? Don't forget, there is another realm of the gods' powerhouse in Undercity." "What?" Yset was shocked. She secretly scolded herself for being muddle-headed. How could she forget this? Not good. Homelin's heart tightened, and all of a sudden, it sank to the bottom of the valley. The secret they had tried so hard to hide finally could not be concealed. "Go to hell," Yset angrily shouted. At this moment, the black flames on her body surged, turning into a huge black sphere. The power of destruction spread to the surrounding space. At the same time, the huge dark sword in her hand slashed down. Boom! Homelin's remaining strength was unable to withstand the great devil's attack. The white-bone shield he summoned was shattered in an instant. His thin body fell to the ground like a broken kite. Grandpa Homelin, sensing this scene through his spiritual sense, Ron, who was in the middle of cultivation, clenched his fists in anger. His fingernails dug deep into his flesh, and his body trembled violently. Luckily, Grandpa Homelin is not dead. Although his body is destroyed, his soul is still there, albeit heavily injured. Seeing that Grandpa Homelin was fine, Ron inwardly breathed out in relief. For a necromancer, as long as the soul was not completely destroyed, there was still a possibility of resurrection. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Ron forced himself to calm down, concentrating on absorbing the powerful soul force of a mid-order god realm. At this time, the battle in Undercity's underground world was nearing its end. As more and more hell creatures poured into the city, Undercity had turned into a world of blood, and the bustling underground world had become chaotic. "Say, do you think we'll die?" One of the two guards guarding Ron's room asked. "Probably," the other guard said. He put away the fear in his heart, and his eyes gradually became resolute. "But for young Lord, even if we die, it's worth it." At this time, a delicate cry came from not far away. From that voice, one could tell that it was a young woman. The two guards immediately looked over and were stunned. That person was none other than one of young Lord Ron's wives, a human woman called Becerra. At this moment, she was holding a little girl's hand, stumbling as she ran over. Behind her was a little devil, flapping his wings as he chased after them. That little devil chased after them while making wanton Gigi noises. He seemed to know that the woman in front of him didn't have any strength and wouldn't be able to escape from his grasp. Therefore, he chased after them like a cat playing with a mouse, not killing them both at once. Seeing the two guards, Becerra's pale face regained some color, and her eyes revealed a trace of pleading. "Save me. That's Becerra? There's also Isis. Not good. That little devil is chasing after them." Inside the room, Ron also sensed this scene, and his heart tightened. That little devil was a hell monster with master-level strength. This kind of strength was nothing to Ron, but to an ordinary human woman like Becerra, that little devil was an extremely terrifying existence. Damn it! Ron was incomparably anxious, and the speed at which he absorbed soul force slowed down. He was considering whether he should give up on stabilizing his mid-order god realm to save them. Ron couldn't watch his wife and daughter die in front of him. Right at this time, he saw the two guards outside the door and made a move. When they saw the two little devils, fear flashed in their eyes, but in the next second, they exchanged a glance, and the cowardice in their eyes was replaced by bravery. After a short battle, the two human guards turned into a pile of minced meat on the floor. Becerra couldn't help vomiting at this horrifying scene. "Brave soldiers, your sacrifice has earned my respect. Your families will be well taken care of." Ron swore inwardly, and his soul force that had stagnated for a moment began to circulate again. Gigi, the little devil that killed the two guards, cried out proudly, flapping its wings as it slowly approached. This little devil that was less than 1 meter and 40 centimeters tall, like a child, possessed great strength. Don't forget, they were also devils. "I beg you, let me go." Seeing that there was no way out, Becerra could only kneel down with a plop, tightly hugging the little girl beside her, fear in her eyes. "Gigi, all of you have to die." Facing the beauty's pleading, the ferocious little devil was unmoved. He raised the spear in his hand high, and the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. No matter how small their bodies were, they were still devils. Apart from not having the terrifying and overwhelming power of a great demon, his bloodthirsty nature had been inherited very well. Unlike her mother, who was filled with fear, Ron's daughter, Isis, didn't have a trace of fear on her face. She looked very calm. At this time, she raised her beautiful face that was as white as jade and sized up the monster in front of her with a curious gaze. After a while, Isis suddenly said, "You'd better run away quickly. My father is coming out. If he comes out, you won't be able to escape." Becerra was stunned. She didn't expect that her daughter, who was only a few years old, would suddenly say such a thing. The little devil was also stunned. He was also curious. Why was this weak little human girl not afraid at all? "Gigi, who does your father think he is? Even if he comes, he will definitely die in my hands. We are the most powerful devil clan, and there is no other. Weak little human, are you awake?" The little devil laughed sinisterly, but his hands didn't slow down at all. The sharp spear suddenly pierced down at the two. Isis spread out her hands, and her tone was filled with helplessness. Why are there so many idiots in this world? It's done. At this critical moment, Ron finally absorbed the last trace of soul energy. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his pitch-black eyes shot out a burst of light. Gee! The little devil's spear was halfway out, but it couldn't go any further because a skinny hand had already tightly gripped the edge of the spear. Chapter 701. Ron! Becerra cried out in surprise, her slender hands tightly gripping the hem of Ron's clothes, as if Ron would run away if she let go. On the contrary, Ron's daughter, Isis, did not show much excitement. She sniffed playfully and revealed a cute smile. Gigi, who are you? The little devil asked while shrieking. Ron's palm tightly gripped the sharp tip of the spear. Drops of blood flowed down his arm. It wasn't Ron's blood, but the blood on the spear itself. The blood flowing like water meant that the spear had taken the lives of many of the Scourge's believers. Looking at the dark red blood, Ron's eyes flashed with a trace of sharpness. I'm the one who will kill you. As soon as Ron's voice fell, a green flame rose from his hand. The green flame was like a spirit snake that flowed up the spear and burned the little devil. Don't kill me. As soon as the green flame touched the little devil's body, his expression changed greatly. At this moment, he finally understood that the young human in front of him was an existence that he absolutely could not afford to provoke. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to realize this. The dark green flames not only burned his body, but also burned his soul to nothingness. Ron! Becerra screamed and threw herself into Ron's arms, sobbing softly. These days, she had been worried about Ron. She could not eat well and could not sleep well. Suddenly seeing Ron, she was emotional. Okay, it's okay. Ron gently patted Becerra's back and said with a smile. At this time, his gaze fell on his daughter, Isis, and he could not help but be stunned. From the beginning to the end, Isis's face had been calm, without a trace of fear. At this moment, she opened a pair of bright eyes like a mother's, blinking as she looked at Ron. This kind of courage and insight was not something an ordinary girl could possess. Ron felt a little strange, but he did not think that his daughter was some kind of genius. After all, she was not a magical beast, but an ordinary human girl. Looking at the little Isis, Ron could not help but feel guilty. Since Isis was born, he had been focused on training and increasing his strength. He did not pay much attention to his daughter, which was a pity. Thinking of this, Ron sighed slightly. He tenderly reached out his hand and gently stroked Isis's little head. More and more shouts came from outside. Not far away, the power of the undead and the power of destruction collided again and again. The battle was so fierce that the entire underground palace shook. Gravel and dust fell with a plop sound as if the place would collapse at any time. Ron, what are you going to do now? Becerra hugged Ron and asked worriedly. What else can I do? Ron sneered. These damn invaders, dregs from hell. I want them not to leave a single one alive, buried in the land of the undead forever. Ron slowly raised his head, his dark eyes looking into the distance with a determined gaze. If it were Kadena, Aurora, and the others, they would be worried about whether Ron's strength could resist the great demon with terrifying power outside. But Becerra had an inexplicable trust in Ron. She did not ask anything and just gently hugged him. I'm leaving. Ron let go of Becerra's hand. You and Isis stay here. Don't take a step away. Becerra nodded. Ron looked at Becerra and then at Isis before striding away. Becerra looked at Ron's departing figure with a complicated expression. She could clearly feel that Ron had changed. Despair filled the sky above Undercity. Fresh blood had already seeped into the ground. Undercity in the twilight had already turned into a sea of blood. As long as the undead do not die, the calamity will not be extinguished. At the entrance of the underground world, countless unarmed believers of the catastrophe, dressed in black, were holding hands and lying on the ground, resisting the attacks of the powerful hell creatures. They were shouting slogans, and there was a sense of tragedy in the tragic atmosphere. However, the ferocious Burning Legion was unmoved. Under the attacks of the Burning Legion, the believers of the Calamity fell into pools of blood like wheat being cut down. Kadena, Aurora, Shea, Delin, Kay, Vivian, and other powerhouses of the Sacred Domain were still fighting. They were covered in wounds, and they could no longer tell whether it was their own blood or the enemy's. Blood and fire filled the earth. In the ruins of Undercity, great demon Yset, who was holding a great sword, stood in front of a collapsed house, grinning. In front of him was Homelin's incomplete body. Hormaline's arms drooped down weakly. Everything below his waist had disappeared. He had been chopped off. Even so, Hormaline was still conscious. The muscles on his face trembled slightly. One could imagine how much pain this old man was in. Ferocious and tyrannical were the characteristics of demons. After defeating the enemy, demons generally had the habit of torturing them. Vitara, who was controlled by the demon seed, was like this, and great demon Yset was also like this. Homelin lay on the ground, his chest rising and falling slightly. There was only air coming out of his nostrils. His eyes began to slacken, and his consciousness began to blur. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yset looked at Homelin's incomplete body and laughed heartily. At this time, he stopped laughing and sighed deliberately. Weakling, why do you resist? If you don't resist, you won't die. Why don't you understand? Ha, ha. Hearing the demon's words, Homelin held his breath and barely opened his eyes. He opened his mouth, and blood flowed down. He said intermittently, "You think you have one, isn't it?" Yset spread out her hands and made a helpless expression. "Your main city of the undead has been destroyed by us. Your believers will also be slaughtered by us. Even your strongest undead divine magus has been destroyed by us. Do you still have any hope?" Homelin laughed, but did not speak. Yset said coldly, "If you put your hopes on the god-level powerhouse who hasn't shown up yet, then you are gravely mistaken." Yset raised her head, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking expression. "Even if he shows up now, the result will be the same as yours. Us powerful demons have never been afraid of challenges. I will personally kill him." Ha ha. Homelin's old face was full of smiles. He took a deep breath and said with difficulty, "The undead will not die, never." Homelin slowly raised his head and looked at the demon without fear. "You can't kill him, because he is the one chosen by the heavens, and also the hope of the Scourge Church's rise." Perhaps Homelin's attitude angered the demon, but Yset's face suddenly turned cold. "In that case, I will kill you first, and then kill him." After saying that, the demon raised the dark greatsword in her hand high. "Yset, what are you still dawdling here for? Hurry up and kill him. Don't forget that we still have to deal with another god-level powerhouse." At this time, another great demon, Pisces, appeared beside Yset with a bang and said with a cold face. Seeing Pisces appear, Yset froze for a moment, then laughed. "Dear Lord Pisces, I will kill him. As for that god-level powerhouse, you don't have to worry at all. He is hiding because he is afraid of us." Humph! Pisces snorted coldly. For some reason, he had a bad premonition, as if something was about to happen. "Are you looking for me?" Right at this moment, an abrupt voice rang out, giving the two of them a fright. Pisces and Yset looked over and saw a thin human figure standing on a burning stone not far away. He was wearing a black robe, and his black eyes were emotionless. This human was Ron. He was glancing at the two demons in front of him with cold eyes. For some reason, seeing the scene in front of him, Ron didn't have a trace of anger in his heart. He was terrifyingly calm. Perhaps in his heart, he had already regarded these two demons as two corpses. Pisces and Yset froze. They didn't even know when this human youth had appeared, but they had already felt the other party's aura. It was a powerful god-level powerhouse, another divine necromancer hidden in Undercity. "You are the god-level powerhouse who has been hiding?" Yset smiled. "Very good. You are finally willing to show up. Pisces didn't speak. He stared at Ron with a cold face. Unlike the arrogant and conceited Yuset, he looked at Ron with a trace of vigilance. He felt that the human youth in front of him wasn't simple. Not bad. Ron slowly raised his head and bathed in the sunset, revealing a thin face. I have come, so your lives are over. Is that so? Yuset chuckled. Suddenly, her smile disappeared. It was too late to say anything, but at that moment, Yuset's dark greatsword suddenly sank and stabbed at Hamaran, who was lying on the ground with only one breath left. You dare! Ron's eyes shone brightly, and his figure disappeared with a bang. Swish! The sharp dark greatsword was deeply inserted into the soil. Yuset's sudden sneak attack pierced empty air. Damn it! Yuset missed, and a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. She flew into a rage out of humiliation, and her destructive power erupted once more. With a bang, she disappeared from where she stood. The next moment, her 3-meter-tall body appeared beside Ron, and the heavy black greatsword slammed towards Ron. Sword of Destruction. A large destructive sword energy broke through the void, leaving a straight line on the hard ground. White bone shield. Ron didn't panic. He held Hummelin's grandfather's mutilated body in one hand and bent the fingers of his other hand into a claw. In an instant, a tall white bone shield appeared in front of him, blocking the powerful attack of the demon. Boom! The collision between the destructive power and the undead power shook the whole earth. Under the powerful attack of the destructive power, the white bone shield remained motionless. Not even a crack appeared. What? Impossible! Yuset and Pisces screamed, especially Yuset. From that small defensive skill, she clearly felt the other party's terrifying power. You're not an early God Realm. You're a mid-level God Realm master. Chapter 702. Ron didn't say anything. He lowered his head, his gaze falling on Homelin's grandfather's badly mutilated body, but his expression didn't change in the slightest. Fortunately, he didn't die. After confirming Homelin's safety, Ron heaved a sigh of relief. Although Homelin's grandfather's current situation was very miserable, Ron knew that his soul was still there, so everything would be easy to handle. Ron carefully put Homelin's grandfather's body into the soul ring, then slowly raised his head, his eyes flashing with a frightening light. You must die today. Ron's voice wasn't loud, but it was extremely firm and powerful. His ice-cold gaze seemed to cause the surrounding temperature to drop by several degrees. In an instant, a large mass of black fog rose from his body, and at the same time, his eyes turned green, looking very strange. Powerful soul force erupted like a torrential flood. In an instant, Ron's surroundings were filled with an intense aura of death. The surrounding Een souls let out sharp and mournful cries, making people feel as if they were in hell. The shocking pressure of the divine domain pressed down like a mountain. The two fiends felt as if a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing down on their shoulders, unable to move in the slightest. Pisces and Yuset both took a step back, their eyes filled with horror. Don't be afraid. No matter how strong he is, he's still only one person. We are two divine domain powerhouses. Why should we be afraid of him? Pisces gritted his teeth and said, Kill. Pisces and Yuset both exchanged glances. Boom. Powerful black flames suddenly erupted from Pisces and Yuset's bodies, and traces of destructive energy constantly pulsed on the fiends' bodies. The other greater fiend, Pisces, also pulled out his weapon, a super large black scythe. The two greater fiends standing in front of Ron were like two giants. However, the thin and weak Ron stood in front of the two giants without any change in expression. His eyes were as cold as ever. Facing Ron's increasing pressure, the greater fiend Yuset finally couldn't remain calm. Her huge figure disappeared with a bang, and not long after, Ron felt his vision turn black, and a huge figure appeared behind him. The huge black sword was raised high, and a powerful destructive energy burned everything. The fiend grinned maliciously, looking at Ron as if looking at prey. The corners of Ron's mouth slightly curled. Boom! The huge black sword heavily smashed down, and a destructive energy suddenly erupted. After a world-shaking explosion, a large hole appeared on the ground, but Ron's whereabouts was unknown. Where is he? Yset didn't know when Ron's. She didn't know when Ron's escape. In the sky. Pisces escape. Don't run. The fiend growled, and his huge wings flapped, creating a strong wind. His huge body suddenly rushed into the sky, and his speed was so fast that it made people speechless. The great movement had attracted everyone's attention, and for a moment, all eyes on the ground were focused on the sky. Kadena stumbled over. After a fierce battle, her clothes were in a mess, and there were bloodstains everywhere. She couldn't tell which belonged to the enemy and which belonged to her. Kadena was chased by a few three-headed hellhounds. Normally, with her strength, she could definitely kill these not-so-powerful hell creatures, but now that she had exhausted her magic power, she had no way to deal with these hell creatures. Although she still had a blue magic staff in her hand, its power was not as good as a poker. Roar! Roar! The three-headed hellhounds growled, and their three huge heads faced three different directions. Their 6 blood-red eyes stared at the prey in front of them, and that disgusting saliva kept flowing out of their 3 huge mouths. Kadena ran forward in a panic, and one of her hands was consciously covering her lower abdomen. Kadena only found out that she was pregnant with Ron's child the day before yesterday, but before she could tell him, the Burning Legion had arrived. Perhaps it was because of the child, but as a magician with a weak body, Kadena exploded with unimaginable strength and escaped the pursuit of the hellhounds time and time again. At this moment, a huge rock suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her way. Kadena's heart sank, and a bad feeling arose in her heart. Woof! 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 As if it knew that its prey was cornered, the hellhounds roared and pounced, their sharp teeth shining in the darkness. Standing in front of the huge rock, Kadena's face was pale, and her heart was in complete despair. In this chaotic battlefield, who would care about a magician without any magic power? I'm sorry, Ron. I still can't give birth to a child for you. The berserk hellhounds roared and pounced, and Kadena closed her eyes in despair. Instinctively, she covered her stomach. Boom! 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 As a powerful force surged out, the Cerberus didn't even have the chance to let out a scream before it was torn to shreds by the powerful force. Kadena was shocked and opened her eyes. She saw a female orc wizard standing in front of her, looking at her with concern. It's you, Holy Wizard Morin? You. Why are you here? Kadena recognized the orc wizard in front of her and opened her mouth in shock. Who else could it be but Morin? Morin made a shushing gesture. Don't talk. Let's get out of here. Kadena nodded. In the sky, the fierce battle broke out again. The battle between Yset and Ron was white-hot from the beginning. The power of death and destruction reflected each other, and a beautiful picture unfolded in the sky. Powerful forces spread throughout the entire space, and Ron and the demons opened their domains. Look, it's the young master, Lord Ron. A natural disaster believer rubbed his eyes and shouted in surprise. Yes, it's really the young master. The young master has finally come out. I told you, the young master would never abandon us. We pledge our lives to follow the young master and defeat the evil Burning Legion. On the ground, countless natural disaster believers cheered. Ron's appearance was like a shot in the arm, and everyone's hearts were rekindled with hope. In their hearts, the young master of the Scourge Church, Ron, was a legend. He was not even 30 years old, but he already had the strength of a God Realm expert. He was the pinnacle of the Noah continent, and the first God Realm expert in the human world. He broke the rumor that humans could not produce God Realm experts. For the first time, humans finally had the qualifications to speak with the other races of the Noah continent on equal terms. They were no longer inferior races. Boom, boom, boom. As if the end of the world had arrived, the battle in the sky spread to the ground. The taller buildings in Gloom City were crushed and collapsed under the powerful force. Ha ha ha, it's useless. Yset laughed loudly. Young undead, you're too naive. Do you really think a mid-level god realm can defeat me? That's right, your mid-level god realm strength is indeed much stronger than mine, but strength alone is useless. The true difference in strength lies in the comprehension of laws. My destruction law is on a much higher level than your death law. Comprehension of laws. Hearing Yesed's words, Ron was stunned. Could it be that laws were the end of power? Was that the case? That's right. The heavens and earth are made up of the most basic elements. When they're gathered together, it is power. This is just borrowing. When it is completely controlled, it is the law. The law is the power to control all the elements in the heavens and earth. In other words, the death energy's ultimate mystery. Ron's thoughts raced. In an instant, he gained some enlightenment, as if he had finally found the answer to a question he had been searching for so long. Ron's eyes shone brightly. Then, his brows relaxed, and his face was brimming with excitement. He nodded and said, "Thank you for reminding me. The comprehension of laws and the advancement of one's realm are the ultimate shackles of strength. Strength alone is useless." Ron smiled faintly. "Then, I'll let you see what a higher level of death law is like." Then, his aura suddenly changed and became even sharper. Countless souls swept towards the demon Yset. The air was filled with the smell of death. Ron's eyes had turned dark green. Behind him, a giant skull appeared. It was the shadow of the Grim Reaper. In an instant, Yeset's face changed. "No, you... How is this possible? How can you comprehend a higher level of law in an instant? Impossible, impossible, hand of death." As Yeset screamed, Ron made his move. A giant black hand appeared between heaven and earth, breaking through the void and grabbing at the Great Fiend. In front of that giant hand, the Great Fiend's body was as small as a chick. Boom! The power of death and destruction collided once more. This time, Yeset wasn't so lucky. In front of Ron's death law, her destruction law shattered like an egg hitting a rock. Yeset screamed miserably, falling like a broken kite. Her body rapidly disintegrated in the air under the effect of the death law. Yeset was defeated. In front of the mid-level god realm Ron, this devil from hell couldn't even last one move. The difference between low-level god realm and mid-level god realm seemed like a short distance, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Chapter 703. Pump. At this time, a huge figure appeared behind Ron. It was the other great demon, Pisces. He raised the huge black scythe in his hand and slashed down at Ron. "Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon." Ron's eyes were as cold as ice. As he spoke, he quickly waved the dragon bone staff in his hand, and a vast amount of death energy spread out like a mountain. Boom! The great demon Pisces miserably bounced back. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. In just one exchange, his soul had been severely injured. Ron had seriously injured two great demons by himself. For a time, everyone in Undercity was stunned. "Look, the young master has defeated them." Sure enough, they're no match for the young master. We can't lose face for the Scourge Church. Kill them and drive away the invaders. In an instant, the morale of all the Scourge Church's believers was greatly boosted. They roared and launched a crazy counterattack against the invading Burning Legion. Not good, Ron. There was only one thought left in the minds of the two great demons, and that was to run away as far as possible and never see this terrifying human again. At the same time, they had the same question in their hearts. How did this human cultivate? He was clearly less than 30 years old, but he was stronger than the great demons who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. "Do you think you can escape?" Seeing that the two wanted to escape, Ron sneered. His expression was incomparably cold. "I said, you're all going to die. None of you can escape." In an instant, Ron's body shone brightly, and death energy filled the entire space. The bright sky was like a curtain of night, and the surrounding space was filled with a suffocating smell. Ron had opened his domain. It was a true death domain, filled with the aura of death and desolation. Countless souls wandered in Ron's domain, blocking the path of the great demons Pisces and Yaset. Pisces was shocked. Not good. We're trapped by his domain. Yaset's eyes were full of fear. His domain is too strong. I can't use my destructive power at all. At this time, Ron's huge face appeared in the dark space in front of the two great demons, looking at them as if they were dead. I said, "None of you can escape. Now you can all die." "Don't." The two great demons cried out. The divine domain's aura suddenly changed and became extremely slow. The air seemed to stop flowing, and even the space became stagnant. At this time, Ron's huge face. "What is he going to do?" Yaset asked in horror. "I don't." Not long after, he suddenly screamed in horror. "Yaset, your face. What happened to your face?" Yaset, how did you become so?" Yaset, my power. I feel that my power is flowing away quickly." Pisces was trembling all over. At this moment, he had a head full of silver hair, and the muscles on his body were beginning to shrink, turning into loose pieces of skin that hung down. His ferocious eyes lost their luster, and he looked like a white-haired old man. This guy, what the hell did he do? The other great demon, Yaset, was in a similar situation. She didn't even have the strength to pick up the dark greatsword. This was Ron's curse technique, aging. Of course, everything in front of them was an illusion that the two of them had seen. The real situation was that Ron had used a mental attack to create illusions for them. When they believed all of this to be true, they had already lost most of their strength. Curse techniques were colorless and formless, but they could kill people. When they thought they were dead, it was impossible for them to live. If a person's mind was firm, the curse technique would not work, or at least its effect would be greatly reduced. When the two great demons were afraid of Ron's strength, the effect of the curse technique was highlighted. Pisces' heart was filled with fear, and he shouted, "You can't kill us. If the Burning Legion knows that we're dead, they won't let you go. You're Scourge Church. Everyone will die. Not a single one will be left. If I let you go, will the Burning Legion let us go?" At this time, Ron's huge face appeared in the space again, and he shook his head. "Our Scourge Church. Even the entire Noah continent had no intention of going against you, but you kept forcing us step by step, and even used killing to satisfy your desires. Although the Burning Legion is powerful, it can't erase our determination to resist." Ron said word by word, his eyes revealing an infinite killing intent. "Enough nonsense. Now all of you can go to hell." Bang, bang. Following two loud sounds, Pisces and Yaset's heads exploded like watermelons, and two soul-like things flew out of their heads. It was the souls of the two demons, Pisces and Yaset. Although they had died, their souls were still preserved. Both of their eyes were filled with horror. Pisces was still cursing, while Yaset's face was as gray as ash. When Pisces and Yaset's souls appeared, Ron could feel their strength. After all, those were the souls of two powerhouses in the realm of the gods. Soul absorption. Ron did not hesitate and opened his mouth to suck. The souls of the two great demons seemed to be pulled by something, and they involuntarily flew towards Ron. "You'll die a horrible death. The Burning Legion will avenge us. Just you wait to be destroyed." In the midst of the two despairing curses, Ron directly absorbed them into his body and into his knowledge sea. As soon as they entered his knowledge sea, Ron's enormous soul force completely wrapped up their souls, and like a sponge absorbing water, he frantically absorbed their soul force. The two souls howled and struggled desperately, but in the range of Ron's knowledge sea, no matter how they struggled, it was futile. As long as I absorb the souls of these two, my strength will rise by a lot. Ron's eyes shone. Soul absorption could absorb anyone's soul and thus strengthen one's own soul force. This could only be done by undead who cultivated soul force. Of course, there were also risks. If too much soul force was absorbed, when the soul was in a dangerous period, it would cause a series of chain reactions. The most likely result was a soul backlash, and one's own soul would be swallowed by a foreign soul, losing one's self-awareness and becoming a walking idiot. Ron was also aware of this problem, so he had always been careful and unhurried. But to the souls of the two evil demons, this was simply cruel torture. Just as Ron was concentrating on absorbing the soul force of the two evil demons from the God Realm, a strange thing happened. Ka! A sound was heard. The two evil demons broke free from the shackles of Ron's soul, and under his dumbfounded gaze, they flew towards the whirlpool. What's going on? Ron was a little confused. The development of the situation had already exceeded his scope of understanding. It was reasonable to say that souls without any resistance couldn't escape his control, but all of this had happened. Ron knew that the whirlpool in the sky was connected to another space, and that was the space inside the soul ring. Could it be because of the soul ring? Ron hesitated for a moment, and then he decided to chase after them and take a look. The fear on the faces of the two evil demons became even stronger, as if there was a ferocious beast waiting for them in front of them. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Ron followed the two souls into the space inside the soul ring. The two souls seemed to be pulled by something, and flew towards the direction of the bone castle. When Ron arrived at the bone castle, a strange thing happened. He saw the souls of the two evil demons enter the huge, nameless pagoda with a whoosh and disappeared in an instant. Ja! 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 At this time, the nameless pagoda finally started to revolve and emitted a faint green light, shooting towards every corner of the space. A miserable shriek came from the pagoda, and it was incomparably mournful. Ron didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This nameless pagoda actually snatched the soul force that he had painstakingly obtained. He had originally hoped that these two souls could quickly increase his strength, but now he couldn't count on them. Ron didn't dare to approach the nameless pagoda. He had already experienced the terror of the nameless pagoda, and if he wasn't careful, his soul might also be lost. In his eyes, the nameless pagoda was already a forbidden area. Damn it! Ron had no choice but to stomp his feet and leave in disappointment. Just as Ron was about to leave, his body suddenly trembled. Boom! Ron's head seemed to have been hit by something, and his mind went blank. His vast soul force gushed out like a tide and quickly entered his body. In an instant, Ron's sea of consciousness was incomparably full. Ron was surprised and happy. He could clearly feel that his soul force was rapidly increasing, and his entire sea of consciousness began to surge. Ron saw that the soul force was coming from the nameless pagoda, and the souls of the two evil demons had already disappeared. The nameless pagoda was like a millstone, crushing the souls of the two evil demons, and then turning them into boundless soul force for Ron to absorb. The nameless pagoda continued to revolve, and the white souls scattered in all directions. The faces of the souls revealed extremely painful expressions, and they looked somewhat similar to the evil demons Pisces and Yset. Countless souls gathered in one direction, and that was Ron's body. Ron let out a pleasant moan. Rumble, unknowingly, the nameless pagoda finally stopped revolving, and Ron had finished absorbing the soul force, and he opened his eyes. Ron carefully looked at the nameless pagoda in front of him, and there was less fear in his eyes and more familiarity. He could clearly feel the growth of his soul force, and this growth was related to the nameless pagoda in front of him. I think I already know what this nameless pagoda is. Ron took a deep breath, and his eyes flashed. If I'm not wrong, this pagoda is the legendary soul converter. Chapter 704. The soul converter calmly rotated and didn't respond to Ron's words. The crushed demon's screams echoed throughout the space, making one's hair stand on end. As the soul converter continued to rotate, a huge amount of soul energy was released from the tower. Ron treated these unthreatening souls as the greatest nourishment and absorbed them one by one. After a long time, Ron finally stopped absorbing, and the soul converter also slowly stopped. The two great demons' souls, carrying endless resentment, disappeared from this world. Ron's thoughts returned to reality, and he opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he could clearly feel that this world was clearly different. The air was still filled with the strong smell of blood, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. The sunset was like a dancing flame, barely burning, but it was unable to resist the descent of darkness, telling of the burning legion's doomsday. Great! Young Master Ron has finally killed a great demon. We've won. We also have to work hard and kill those disgusting hell creatures. We can't lose face for the Scourged Church. Long live the undead. Joyous cheers came from Undercity, and the hell creatures' eyes were filled with fear. In an instant, two great demons had died an unnatural death. This wasn't an easy thing to do, and when he killed the two great demons, it meant that the battle was over. The hellish creatures will the fight had already crumbled. They were terrified, howling, and fleeing in all directions. All of this caused the followers of the Calamity Church, including Ron, to be astonished. Even these ferocious hellish creatures knew how to flee. In their impression, the Burning Legion's hell creatures were the synonym for ferocity and slaughter, an existence so powerful that it could overwhelm everything. But what no one expected was that these seemingly fearless hell creatures also had their own thoughts. They could also feel fear, and when their leader was defeated, the only thing they could do was flee. The hell creatures fled in disorder, bringing with them endless fear. They didn't even dare to raise their heads to look at the terrifying figure in the sky. Hellfire roared as it rushed out of the tunnel. The three-headed hellhound ran away with its tail between its legs, and those incomparably cruel little demons seemed to have lost their former might, running around like headless flies. Kill them. Don't let them escape. Grand Magus Necromancer Vivian finally recovered some strength. She waved her magic staff and shouted loudly, but the soul attack in her hand didn't stop. Under Vivian's leadership, the survivors of the Scourged Church began their counterattack. Without the leadership of a great demon, the Burning Legions will the fight crumbled like a broken dam. Boom, boom, boom. A few loud noises sounded in the Undercity. That was the signal for a counterattack. In an instant, countless believers in black rushed out from the underground world. The Death Knight Shea took the lead and rushed out. The four hooves of the Nightmare Beast were blazing with flames. Every step she took created a pit of fire. She raised her sword high and cleared the obstacles in front of her one by one. Countless undead soldiers followed behind Shea. They were all students of the Calamity Academy, but at this moment, they were all warriors. That's right, after this baptism of blood and fire, these students had become warriors. They had a tenacious will and rich battle experience. They rushed out from behind Shea, roaring as they pounced on the enemy. Darkness descends upon the earth. The great death is all around us. On the road without Guangming, there is only blood and corpses, Shea chanted loudly, the knight's sword in her hand emitting a demonic light. Under the guidance of a blue flame, a scantily clad succubus with a devilish figure was burned to ashes. However, the hell creatures weren't to be trifled with. After the initial panic, they quickly calmed down and retreated in an orderly manner while killing. Ron coldly looked at all of this from the sky. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. Do you think you can still escape? Black soul force gradually spread out, and Ron's appearance started to become unreal. I've said, any enemy that invades the undead city will pay the price, and your price will be your lives. Soul force erupted like a tide, filling the entire space in an extremely short period of time. Traces of the smell of death seeped out. At this moment, Ron opened up his domain. The god-ranked domain covered the earth, and in an instant, the entire Undercity became dark. Under the cover of Ron's domain, the undead became abnormally active. My injuries have already healed. An undead assassin looked at all of this in shock. He saw that his injuries were slowly recovering. Ka, ka, ka. Countless skeletons crawled out from the ground, swaying and moving their clumsy bodies as they stood up. Skeleton magicians, undead horror knights, abyssal skeletal dragons. All of the undead creatures stood up. Looking from the sky, they looked like a dense group of ants. So many skeletons, the imps trembled. Those skeletons were so densely packed that they couldn't see the end of them. The terrifying number was enough to make anyone tremble. Hurry up and escape. If this continues, we'll be surrounded. Next to him was a hellfire path, and his low voice was like two stones rubbing against each other. In an instant, all of the hell creatures madly rushed towards the gates of Undercity. You won't be able to escape, Ron coldly said. He suddenly waved his hand, and a white light descended. In the broken gates of Undercity, a few tall walls appeared. White bone wall. Ron was already very proficient in using white bone skills. Summoning a mere white bone wall did not take much effort at all. The white bone wall was like a solid dam, stopping the surging flood and cutting off the escape route of the hell creatures. Roar! A loud roar suddenly sounded, accompanied by an extremely terrifying and cold aura. In an instant, a head as large as a small mountain drilled out from the ground. It was ferocious and terrifying. The frost dragon, the king of the undead creatures, had finally appeared. Its appearance made all of the undead creatures worship it. A terrifying, powerful, and cold aura appeared, causing all of the hell creatures' expressions to change. At this moment, they finally knew that their doomsday was coming. We can't escape. Kill. Fight it out with them. Fear and despair pervaded the heads of the hell creatures. However, all of this aroused their ferocity. This ferocity was also their instinct. At this moment, all of the hell creatures went all out, charging towards the undead without fear of death. Undercity played out the final act of madness. Ron was also surprised by the hellish creatures' desperate counterattack. He finally understood that the Burning Legion's reputation in the main plane was not undeserved. This kind of madness and killing instinct was enough to make all creatures blush with shame. You're really strong, Ron slowly muttered to himself. He slowly raised his head. But it's a pity. It's all over. It's all over, boom. Countless black mist erupted from Ron's body. The black mist turned into countless threads that resembled small black snakes, falling down like raindrops. These black threads were like twisting snakes, looking for a target in Undercity. Once they found a hell creature, they would shoot out like arrows. Crack! The black threads drilled into the hard skull of the hell creature. Immediately after, a faint shadow drilled out of the hell creature's body. The shadow's eyes were filled with extreme fear. It was the soul of the hell creature. The soul carried endless fear and hatred as it involuntarily flew upwards. The place it flew towards was Ron's sea of consciousness. The countless souls that rose from the ground were all collected into Ron's sea of consciousness. They passed through Ron's sea of consciousness and directly entered the soul ring space. In front of the huge soul converter, they were all sucked in. The soul converter began to rotate. Like a millstone, it ground all the souls that entered and then turned them into soul power for Ron to absorb. The soul power in Ron's sea of consciousness suddenly filled up. The sea water in his sea of consciousness became turbulent. Ron's soul revealed a joyful expression. This soul ring is really good. Ron was surprised and delighted. He absorbed the soul power to his heart's content. Below him, endless slaughter was playing out. Countless hell creatures were lying on the ground. Their eyes were wide open, but they were no longer breathing. They had already become corpses. Are you all right? Morin helped Kadena to the side and asked with concern. I'm fine. Thank you, Madam Morin. Kadena was supported by Morin to sit on a big rock. She smiled slightly and thanked Morin. At this moment, her clothes were a little messy, but it couldn't hide the peerless spirit on her face. Kadena gently pressed her lower abdomen, her face brimming with happiness. It's nothing. Morin sighed softly. As a great wizard, She naturally knew what was going on with Kadena. She could even clearly feel the breath of a small life in Kadena's body that was jumping happily. For some reason, Morin looked at Kadena with a trace of jealousy in her eyes. If her grandfather had persevered a little longer and protected Ron, leaving him in the Orc Empire, perhaps she would also have a day like this. However, it was all too late. Although Morin wasn't a princess in the Orc Empire, her status was more honorable than a princess. However, the Orc Empire was gone. Her backing and grandfather were also gone. It was useless for her to think about these things. As the last hell creature fell, Undercity finally regained its peace. In this battle, Ron's peerless strength defeated the Burning Legion that invaded Undercity. Including the strongest great demon, the entire army was annihilated. Not even a speck of dust was left. Chapter 705. Ron breathed a sigh of relief, his body slowly descending to the side of the two great fiends. When he saw the corpses of the two great fiends, his brows imperceptibly creased. At some point, the corpses of the two great fiends had already been set ablaze. Their bodies, flesh, tendons, and everything else had been incinerated, leaving only their skeletons. The two great fiends were completely naked, with nothing on them. Ron was somewhat disappointed. He had originally thought that the two great fiends would have brought something with them, but after going through so much trouble, he didn't gain anything. When he was about to leave, his gaze inadvertently fell on the finger of a white bone that was suffused with a green light. Spatial rings? Ron was pleasantly surprised. He quickly walked up and picked up the two spatial rings from the great fiends. The spatial rings were engraved with ancient patterns, emitting a trace of an ancient aura. Ron wanted to use his spiritual sense to investigate, but he discovered that it was blocked by some power. It was the aura restriction of the two great fiends when they were alive. However, the fiends were already dead, and even their souls had disappeared from this world. Ron effortlessly erased their soul imprints and entered the spatial rings. As soon as he entered the spatial rings, Ron cried out in alarm. His heart was filled with extreme shock. That was because there were too many things in the spatial rings. Not to mention other things, there were dozens of sacred tools, sacred-grade defensive equipment, recovery potions, materials, and so on. There were also hundreds of black crystal coins. All kinds of things dazzled Ron's eyes. I've struck it rich. I've struck it rich? Ron's heart was trembling. That spatial ring seemed to be so hot in his hands. It was the first time in his life that he had obtained such a huge amount of wealth. This wealth was no less than a huge treasure trove. That was the accumulation of the two great fiends for tens of thousands of years. It included the enormous wealth obtained from destroying hundreds of countries and forces in various planes. Not a single one of them fell into this spatial ring. Ron couldn't help but grin foolishly. He was as happy as a child who had picked up his most beloved treasure. At this time, he immediately used his spiritual sense to enter the spatial ring of the other great fiend. There were also many things inside, but with the experience of the first time, the impact this time was far less shocking. I was still worrying about how to rebuild Undercity. With these things, it'll be easy. After this battle, Undercity had suffered a lot of damage, including the collapsed city walls and almost destroyed underground world. Everything had to be rebuilt, which also meant that a huge amount of money. Ron knew that Fatty didn't have much money. Ron smiled as he put the spatial rings and put them in his clothes. At this time, the war was over. The survivors poked their heads out from the ruins. Soon, cheers spread to every corner of the Undercity. We've won. Long live the young lord. Ron raised his head and met the gaze of his wife, Aurora. She had arrived at some point in time and was quietly looking at him. Her green eyes were full of affection. Besides Aurora, Lynn, Kadena, Becerra, and Vivian also appeared in Ron's line of sight. Seeing that everyone was fine, Ron's tense heart finally relaxed. The battle was over, and the work of cleaning up the battlefield was naturally done by others. Although these hell creatures were ferocious, they more or less had some spoils of war on them. These spoils of war might not be much in the main plane, but to some ordinary people, it was already a great fortune. However, the believers of the Scourge Church were firm believers. They were not moved by this great fortune at all. Instead, they carefully gathered it together and handed it over to a professional manager. In the evening, the Scourge Church held a grand celebration. In a spacious hall, the lights were dazzling. The flickering blue flames added a bit of a demonic color to the banquet. Due to the baptism of war, the largest hall in the underground world of Undercity was somewhat dilapidated. Although it had been decorated, some damaged areas still showed traces of being burnt black. The hall was bustling with people coming and going. Everyone was immersed in the joy of victory. After recovering, Homelin stood in the hall with a smile. He looked at the busy Ron with a loving look in his eyes. At the banquet, Ron distributed his spoils of war. Most of them were things he had obtained from the space rings of the demons. Even the sacred weapons were distributed. Aurora received a bronze longbow with a simple design. The longbow was engraved with ancient patterns and exuded traces of life. This was a sacred weapon called Hymn of the Goddess of Life. It was one of the spoils of war that Ron had obtained from the space ring of the greater demon. Aurora was very fond of the Hymn of the Goddess of Life after receiving it. She, who had always been conservative, gave Ron a kiss in front of everyone. In addition to Aurora, the others also distributed their spoils of war. Vivian received a sacred bone staff that was not inferior to Ron's dragon bone staff. Kadena also received a sacred weapon. As for D. Lin and Kay, they were magical beasts and could not use weapons. Ron gave them some black crystal coins. That night, the hall in the underground world of Undercity was ablaze with lights until dawn. You what? Say it again. In the palace of the Roland Empire occupied by the Burning Legion, Princess Sophia could no longer sit still when she heard that the Burning Legion had been completely annihilated when attacking the undead city. She stood up with a swish, and her angry roar immediately resounded in the palace hall. It's like this. The little demon, who was trembling with fear due to Sophia's imposing manner, stuttered. He did not even dare to raise his head to look at the princess' angry eyes. I don't want to listen to your explanation. Die. Princess Sophia, who was in a rage, shouted. She did not move much, but with a bang, a large hole was opened in the little demon's head. The little demon desperately opened his eyes wide, and his body unwillingly fell down. Two greater demons died in battle. Tens of thousands of hell creatures were completely annihilated. This is not a war on the main plane. Bastard, how can those aboriginals have such powerful strength? After killing the little demon who reported the news, Princess Sophia's emotions calmed down a little. However, she was still so angry that her long, shapely eyebrows were furrowed. She kept pacing back and forth on the throne with her hands behind her back. The Burning Legion had dominated the main plane for decades. Other than facing other main battle legions, they had never suffered such a huge loss. However, they had suffered setbacks time and time again in this secondary plane. When this news spread, Princess Sophia also lost face. How could she not be angry? In front of the temperamental Princess Sophia, all the hell creatures did not dare to breathe loudly. They were afraid that they would be the next victim if they were not careful. No, I can't just let this matter rest. Sophia suddenly stood still and came back to her senses. She stared at everyone with a murderous gaze and gritted her teeth as she said word by word, "Those damned undead. I want to kill them. No matter what. I want to kill them." Sophia's anger finally exploded after suffering defeat at the hands of the undead again and again. She pointed at the few great demons. You immediately lead the army and flatten the territory of the undead. Who's that? Undead? Yes, the undead divine Magus, called Ron. Capture him for me. I want to personally torture him. I want to capture all of his loved ones and torture them in front of him. I want him to live a life worse than death. Sophia roared, her loud voice reverberating in the hall and causing some dust to fall. Chapter 706. In a circular cloister paved with blue stones, a group of demon guards lined up neatly. They were fully armed and had spears in their hands. They trotted forward majestically. Behind them was a woman in a black robe with a face as beautiful as a succubus, Her Royal Highness Princess Sophia. With curly hair and sexy lips, Princess Sophia's face was so cold that no one dared to look at her directly. Princess Sophia passed through the circular cloister and went straight to the door of a huge room. Bang! The demon guards slammed the door open and then entered in a single file. The huge room was empty. There was only an old man sitting on a cushion in the middle. The old man was wearing a gray robe, his back was curled, and his body was hunched. "Mr. Longinu, have you thought about how you're going to give me an explanation?" Princess Sophia walked in with large strides. As she walked, she spoke loudly. Her voice was as cold as ice. The old man in gray, sitting on the cushion, was the dark wizard Longinu. At this moment, he lowered his head and remained silent. So after a long time, Longinu sighed and stood up. He walked to Princess Sophia and bowed. He didn't dare to look at Princess Sophia's angry eyes and said slowly, "I'm sorry. Princess Sophia, your subordinate is incompetent. I didn't find any news about Sir Sauron. You what?" Princess Sophia was furious when she heard that. She grabbed Longinu's collar. Her tall body grabbed Longinu like she was grabbing a chicken. "It was you and Sir Sauron who found traces of my father's body. That's why we came to this godforsaken Noah continent. Now you don't have any news for me?" Longinu was so regretful that his intestines turned green. After being scared by Princess Sophia, he trembled even more and couldn't speak. He stuttered, I'm sorry. My dear Princess Sophia, please give me a little more time. I will definitely find Sir Sauron's body." "Give you a little more time?" Sophia was even more furious when she heard that. "How much time have I given you? At first, you could find my father's body in 5 days. What about now? It's been more than a month now, and there's no news at all. How can I believe you?" Longinu thought to himself, "These 5 days are not mine, but yours. Finding a corpse that has already lost its aura in a continent is already a very difficult task. But now, facing the furious Princess Sophia, I can't defend myself." Sophia pushed the thin, dark wizard to the ground and pulled out her sword. "Pete, Mr. Longinu, you deceived me. You deceived Sir Saul," Princess Sophia said coldly. "You must pay for your actions." "Ah, Princess Sophia, don't." Longinu's eyes were full of fear, and his body trembled like a sieve. What he had been most worried about finally happened. Longinu knew that he was the one who brought up this matter. If he couldn't find Sir Sauron's body, not only Princess Sophia would not let him go. Even if he returned to hell, Sir Saul would not let him go. Die! Sophia's body burst out a lot of black flames. Her eyes were full of killing intent, and the long sword in her hand slashed toward Longinu. Longinu closed his eyes tightly. Just when he was in despair, an idea flashed in his mind, and he shouted, "Wait!" Swish! Sophia's sword stopped 3 centimeters away from the tip of Longinu's nose. Longinu only felt a chill on his head, and his hat was unknowingly split in half. Cold sweat flowed down Longinu's forehead. If the sword had pressed down 2 or 3 centimeters more, he would have been useless. Sophia used just the right amount of strength to show her superb swordsmanship. She sneered. "Oh, right, Mr. Longinu, I almost forgot. You haven't said your last words yet. Do you want to say them now?" No. Longinu was glad that he was still alive, and at the same time, he desperately shook his head. "It's like this. Your Royal Highness Princess Sophia. I have sensed Sir Sauron's aura just now." "What?" Sophia was stunned for a moment, but she was not a person who was easily fooled. It had been more than a month, and there was no news from her father. Now that she was about to kill someone, he immediately sensed it. "Yes, Your Royal Highness, I did sense some destructive aura just now. It was very weak, exactly the same as Sir Sauron's aura." Seeing that Princess Sophia did not believe him, Longinu redoubled his efforts. Sophia's face sank. "Longinu, Yes, Your Highness Princess Sophia. Longinu came up with a flattering face. Do you know the consequences of deceiving me again and again? Sophia stared at him coldly. I will peel off your skin and then cut off your flesh piece by piece. I won't let you die so easily, so, when you plan to deceive me, you must consider the consequences. Longinu's heart trembled. His words were naturally to deceive her, but now he had no way out. He could only bite the bullet and smile. Oh, dear Princess Sophia, how could your humble servant deceive you? Also, your Royal Highness, how could your beautiful, wise, and stupid servant deceive you? Longinu praised Princess Sophia loudly while secretly observing her expression. Sophia's face eased a little, and she snorted coldly. I don't think you have the guts. When Longinu heard this, he was relieved, knowing that his life was saved. However, Princess Sophia did not intend to let him go. Then where's my father's body now? Longinu smiled slightly, pretending to be calm, walked to a huge map in the room, and pointed to a place. Is that Longinu playing with us? Back in the room, the Cthulhu King Raven stood next to Sophia and frowned. It's possible. Sophia was not a fool who was at the mercy of others. She raised her head slightly and stared at the map of the Noah continent for a long time before slowly withdrawing her gaze. However, this is no longer important. If my father's body can't be found, he will still die. So, your Royal Highness means to do something to that place? Ravens frowned. Don't forget, there's a guy there. Although he's not much, the force behind him. Are you from the Legion of Holy Angels? Sophia shook her head coldly. Straighten up, don't hesitate. Ravens hesitated. Yes, your Royal Highness Sophia, I've already investigated clearly. That guy is indeed from the Legion of Holy Angels, and is said to be the son of the Holy Angel Michael. His father claims to be God. I think, if possible, it's better not to provoke him. It turned out that the place that Longinu had pointed out to Sophia was Mount Hygel of the Holy Roman Empire. Although most of the Holy Roman Empire had fallen under the attack of the Burning Legion, they had not dared to touch Mount Hygel. The reason was none other than the angel on Mount Hygel, Andrew, who was known as the Son of God. Of course, they were not afraid of Andrew, but they were afraid of the force behind him. Longinu had obtained this information by chance, by eavesdropping on the conversation of the demon guards. In this critical moment, no matter what, he had to use this information first. Longinu was sure that Princess Sophia would not attack Mount Hygel, because it had been so long since the fall of the Holy Roman Empire. If she wanted to attack Mount Hygel, she would have done so long ago. Even the Burning Legion was afraid of the strength of the Legion of Holy Angels. Both of them were the main battle legions, and their strength was worlds apart from the natives of the Noah continent. It was said that they had defeated the terrifying existence of the Scourge army 100,000 years ago. Princess Sophia was indeed considering that if things went wrong, it would evolve into a dimensional war between the Burning Legion and the Legion of Holy Angels. If they really fought, unless the main forces of the Burning Legion from a main plane of hell came in person, her forces in the Noah continent would not be enough to fill the gaps between the Legion of Holy Angels' teeth. Even though Sophia was a princess, she did not have the authority to start a dimensional war. It had to be said that Longinu's sharp eyes had put Sophia in a dilemma. Ravens waited quietly without saying a word. He knew that Her Highness was considering it. As a loyal subordinate, he only knew that he had to do his job well. The consequences would naturally be borne by Her Highness. Sophia thought for a long time with a sullen face. Slowly, she raised her head with a resolute gaze. Your Highness, have you made your decision? Seeing Sophia's expression, Ravens knew that the princess had made her decision. A thrilling battle was unavoidable. That's right. I have decided. For my father, I will do anything. Princess Sophia stood up with a swoosh. The slender black robe wrapped around her voluptuous body, and her dark skin gave off a cold feeling. She looked at Ravens and said word by word, apart from the necessary defense forces, Gather all the forces that the Burning Legion can mobilize and rush to Mount Hyjal as quickly as possible. Kill the Holy Angel and his angel guards and save my father." "Yes." The Cthulhu King Ravens felt a chill in his heart and replied loudly. Following one order after another, the Burning Legion rumbled as they set off like boiling water. Their target was the main peak of the Holy Empire, Mount Hyjal. In order to save her father, Sophia had to take the risk of clashing with a legion of holy angels and launch the prelude to a dimensional war. When Longinus heard the news that the Burning Legion was rushing to Mount Hyjal, he was so shocked that he fell to the ground and could not get up for a long time. Only he knew that there was no corpse of Sauron on Mount Hyjal. Everything was just a lie. Chapter 707. In a luxurious hall in the underground world of Undercity, a new round of military meetings was being held. Ron, who was always dressed in a black robe, sat in the middle. Hamelin, Vivian, Cadina, Aurora, D-Lyn, and other important figures of the Scourge Church were also present. Her Majesty Juliana and Prince Catherine of the Ebia Empire were also present. The dim blue flames illuminated everyone's faces. After listening to Vivian's report on the latest situation of the Burning Legion, the hall fell into silence. After failing to attack Undercity, the Burning Legion did not launch a new round of revenge. Instead, they began to retreat. They even gave up a large portion of the Ebia Empire's territory. All of this made everyone in the Scourge Church feel that it was inconceivable. Was the Burning Legion planning to let it go just like that? Everyone understood that even though the Burning Legion suffered a setback in Undercity and was completely wiped out, the dead hell creatures only made up a small portion of the Burning Legion. They had the ability to make a comeback. If they did it again, it was unknown whether the Scourge Church could withstand the Burning Legion's cruel revenge. After the Burning Legion invaded the Noah continent, all the races of the Noah continent suffered a devastating blow. Not only were the weak creatures struggling between life and death, even the experts of the sacred domain were suffering in this hellish environment. Could it be that the Burning Legion is preparing to return to hell? At this time, Cadina spoke. It was very abrupt in the silent hall. Everyone was still frowning. They did not agree with Cadina's words. This kind of thinking was too optimistic. Ron lowered his head and fell in a deep thought. After a long time, he raised his head. After they retreated, where did they go? Vivian thought for a moment, and her expression changed slightly. It seems to be the Holy Roman Empire. The Holy Roman Empire? Didn't they already occupy the entire Holy Roman Empire? According to the Holy Roman Empire's capital, St. Paulo, has already become their headquarters. Shea said. The Burning Legion had occupied the Holy Roman Empire, and thousands of kilometers had become a no-man's land. All living creatures, even exotic beasts, had been slaughtered by them. Vivian pursed her lips. I'm not sure either. All I know is that all the Burning Legion's hell creatures have gathered. Even the troops sent to the kingdom of magical beasts have been withdrawn. Ron shook his head. Is that so? Vivian replied, yes. The hall fell into a long period of silence. After all, the Burning Legion's actions were too strange. Could it be that they were really going to return? There's something that I've always felt strange about. At this moment, the Ebia Empire's king, Juliana, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. Everyone's gazes focused on her. Ron looked at her and nodded. You. Juliana took a deep breath. I don't know if everyone has realized something. Even though the Burning Legion has occupied the entire Holy Roman Empire, there's one place that they haven't touched. Ron quickly thought for a moment. A thought flashed through his mind, and he blurted out, Mount Hyjal. That's right, it's Mount Hyjal. Juliana stood up and said excitedly, the Burning Legion has occupied the entire Holy Roman Empire, leaving only Mount Hyjal. Esteemed young Master Ron, great Elder Hamelin, don't you find all this strange? After Juliana's words, everyone came to a realization. Immediately after, the guards pushed the door open and reported the Burning Legion's latest actions to everyone in the hall. further confirming Juliana's guess. Why did they gather all their forces to attack Mount Hyjal? What's the reason? Ron pondered for a moment before finally raising a question. Perhaps there's something they're interested in Mount Hyjal. Homelin replied after thinking for a moment. Ron nodded. That makes sense. Then what should we do? Vivian asked. Ron thought for a moment before replying, wait and see. In the snowy Mount Hyjal, Andrew, who was dressed in formal attire with a cold expression, was standing at the top of the divine Oracle Peak, looking down at the world below with a disdainful gaze. An angel flapped his wings and slowly landed beside Andrew. It was Andrew's angelic guard captain, Rodewald. Rodewald bowed slightly and saluted. Reporting to Your Highness Andrew, the Burning Legion has arrived. It looks like they're preparing to attack Mount Hyjal. I know, Andrew said expressionlessly without turning his head. They're already here. Through the thick white fog of Mount Hyjal, Andrew could already see the ferocious and terrifying hell creatures. The hellfire that was burning with flames all over its body, the three-headed hellhounds with saliva dripping from their mouths, the chirping imps, and dozens of demon chariots that were rumbling towards Mount Hyjal. Andrew could even see the ferocious and bloodthirsty smiles on the faces of those demons. Every demon had the strength of the divine realm, and they were genuine powerhouses in the divine realm. In addition to the powerful hell creatures, although Andrew was arrogant and conceited, he also understood that he, his angelic guards, and all the strength of the Holy See would not be able to resist the attack of the Burning Legion. Princess Sophia of the Burning Legion was afraid of the powerful strength of the Legion of Holy Angels, and the Legion of Holy Angels was also afraid of the other party. Even if Andrew had such thoughts, the Legion of Holy Angels was not his. Andrew knew very well that with his father's character, it was impossible for him to send an army to fight to the death with the Burning Legion on the Noah continent. Then, there was only one choice left for Andrew, and that was to fail the mission and leave the Noah continent with his tail between his legs. Moreover, the news of his failure to complete the mission would spread, and he would become the laughing stock of the family. After all, he was not the only son of Michael. Rodewald looked at his master quietly. He understood Andrew's thoughts very well, but there was nothing he could do to help. Even in the main plain of Guangming, which was known as Heaven, it was not uncommon for the sons of gods to fight for power and profit. He could even foresee that after this news spread, it would be a great blow to Andrew's prestige. At this time, Andrew's expression became agitated. He suddenly clenched his fists and a pair of wings spread out behind his back. He was not willing to leave the Noah continent with his tail between his legs. Originally, he came to the Noah continent with a mission given by his father. Not only did he have to eliminate the heretic Ron, but he also had to eliminate all the forces that did not believe in God and create a world that belonged to Guangming. This was Andrew's purpose in coming to the Noah continent. However, ever since Andrew came to the Noah continent, he had been frustrated. The heretic Ron's strength was far stronger than he had imagined. He had used all his strength, but he could only fight to a draw. The power of the magical beasts was also not enough to deal with him. The strength of the Firth and Frigga were on par, and he was not confident that he could deal with them. These fellows from hell actually ruined my plan. Andrew's face was full of anger. He could not forget how he had patted his chest and guaranteed in front of his father and the other sons of God to fight for this opportunity. Now, he had to return to the Guangming main plain with the shame of failing the mission. How could he be willing to accept this? But what could he do even if he was not willing to accept this? The Burning Legion was too powerful. They were the real main battle legion, a powerful war machine that had participated in many wars in the main plain. They could not be mentioned in the same breath as the angel guards that he had brought along. Andrew's tightly clenched fists gradually loosened, and he let out a long sigh. Seeing that Andrew was moved, Rodewald took a step forward and took the opportunity to persuade him. Your Highness Andrew, let's leave quickly. If we are late, it will be too late. Those great demons are not easy to deal with. Andrew took a deep breath and nodded slowly. At this time, The Burning Legion had already launched an attack on Mount Hyjal. A large number of loyal followers of the Holy See originally lived at the foot of Mount Hyjal. Due to the destruction of the Holy Roman Empire, many followers had fled to Mount Hyjal. There were millions of people. As the Burning Legion did not attack Mount Hyjal at that time, some followers thought that they were protected by the gods and had a safe place to stay. However, when the Burning Legion attacked Mount Hyjal, they understood that such protection was only temporary. Countless fireballs landed in this peaceful city, and the city was set ablaze. The residents in the city ran and screamed. Some followers had already given up resistance and knelt on the ground while trembling, praying loudly. The Burning Legion broke into the city effortlessly and poured in like a tide, killing wantonly in the city. Kill! 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 The fire in the city soared into the sky, and blood and fire filled the world. The 1,000-year-old ancient city at the foot of Mount Hyjal that had never experienced war turned into hell in an instant. Let's go. Rodewald slowly retracted his gaze, and with a wave of his hand, a powerful Guangming force was released and blasted into the sky. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and the sky seemed to have split open, and a large hole suddenly appeared. The large hole was unfathomably deep, and it seemed to pass through some unknown place. It was constantly rotating and emitting a majestic Guangming force. Your Highness Princess Sophia, look, it's a spatial passage. The Cthulhu King Ravens pointed at the light pillar in the sky and said loudly, "He's leaving?" Sophia raised her eyebrows, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "That's right, it's good that he's leaving. It saved me a lot of trouble." Sophia's expression turned cold instantly. Ravens, attack immediately. Before the sky turns dark, we must conquer Mount Hyjal. I want to find my father's body as soon as possible. Yes. Raven's expression turned serious. In the various temples of Mount Hyjal, dozens of angels flew out from various places. They flapped their wings and left dozens of snow-white light shadows in the sky. These light shadows quickly gathered at the palace of God's Word. Chapter 708. Lord Andrew, are you going to leave? Please don't. Lord Andrew, save us, don't abandon us. Andrew turned around and slowly walked down the steps. He was about to leave with his angelic guards when he was stopped by a group of people. He could not help but be startled. They were the people of the Holy See. For 6 years, Andrew had led the Holy See in a struggle against the Scourge Church. There were victories and defeats on both sides. In these 6 years, the Holy See had long regarded this Son of God, who had descended from the main plane, as their backbone. It was also because of the appearance of Andrew and his angelic guards that the Holy See avoided the fate of being destroyed by the Scourge Church. The Pope of the Holy See, Ernst, walked out shakily with his long staff. He knelt down when he saw Andrew. "Your Highness Andrew, are you really going to leave? Could it be that God has abandoned his people?" Andrew fell silent when he heard this because he did not know how to answer. He also knew that once they left, the Holy See would be destroyed in an instant. "Your Holiness, Ernst, you're overthinking things. How could the almighty, omnipotent, and omniscient God abandon you? As the Son of God, His Highness Andrew wouldn't do such a thing." Ernst's face turned cold as he said, "Your Holiness, you're overthinking things. How could the almighty, omnipotent, and omniscient God abandon you?" Rodewald gave Andrew a look. "The reason we are leaving is to report this matter to His Highness Father, the great holy Archangel Michael. When the time comes, Lord Michael will personally lead the angelic army and fight to the death with the evil forces from hell." Rodewald's words were powerful and firm, full of unquestionable meaning. Ernst was half convinced and half doubtful. He looked at Andrew. Andrew was silent for a moment. "That's right. God will never abandon you. You are all God's people, and also my father's loyal followers." Boom, boom, boom. More and more intense explosions echoed in everyone's ears. The faces of the people of the Holy See gradually changed. Their faces were filled with fear. "Lord Andrew, let's go," Rodewald urged. Andrew nodded and looked coldly at the people of the Holy See. He turned around, flapped the beautiful wings on his back, and flew into the sky. "Your Highness Andrew, my lord, please don't abandon us. Sir, please take us away as well." "Lord Andrew, didn't you say that God wouldn't abandon us?" Seeing Andrew leave with a single sentence, how could the remaining people not know what had happened? They all cried and knelt down, hoping that His Highness Andrew would be merciful and take them with him. However, Andrew acted as if he didn't hear him. He walked away without looking back. His figure had already arrived at the spatial passage, which was the entrance to the big hole in the sky. The hole led to another world, which was the heaven described in the Holy See's canon. It was the place that all followers of the Holy See yearned for the most, but Andrew had no intention of taking them with him. When Andrew's figure was about to disappear into the spatial passage, a graceful figure gritted her teeth and shot into the air like an arrow, blocking Andrew's path. That figure was the Lord of the Hall of Redemption, the priest of the Holy Word, God Eli. After a few years, she was beautiful in her prime. Her beautiful face was full of holiness. She wore a white priest's robe, and her fluttering robe made her look like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. No one could bear to blaspheme her. However, the beautiful saintess in front of him had a pleading look in her eyes. "Your Highness, please take me with you. Don't leave me here alone." The people of the Holy See had already experienced the indifference and ruthlessness of the angels. Although they were powerful, they were like emotionless machines. Among all the palaces of the Holy See, only Saintess God Eli had the courage to stand in front of Andrew. That was because she had already given herself to Andrew. Logically speaking, as the Saintess of the Holy See, Guangming, she had to maintain her virginity. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to God. As a Saintess, it was absolutely unacceptable for God Eli to have an affair with Andrew. At least, she could not become a Saintess. But under Andrew's authority, not only had God Eli been able to sit firmly in her position as the Saintess, she even seemed to have the potential to become the next pope. If it weren't for the fact that she was too weak and inexperienced, Ernst might have removed her from her position. God Eli, Andrew looked at the human woman who had been intimate with him. He moved his mouth, but nothing came out. Although Andrew wanted to take God Eli away, reality told him that he could not. His father, Michael, had already stipulated that the spouse of the Son of God could only be a noble member of the Holy Angel tribe. If he brought a human woman back, he would definitely be laughed at by his family. Even his father would be furious. Moreover, he already had a wife. The person who understood Andrew's thoughts the most was naturally Rodewald, who was his personal attendant. He knew the gist of Andrew's thoughts just by looking at His Highness's expression. He snorted coldly. "How dare you block His Highness's path? God Eli, even if you're the Saintess of the Holy See, Guangming, you have no right. Get out of my way." As he spoke, a glaring light burst out from Rodewald's body and blasted behind God Eli. Boom! The light in the sky shone brightly. God Eli was caught off guard and was hit by Rodewald's attack. She spat out a mouthful of blood. "Your Highness!" God Eli's eyes widened as she looked at Andrew's almost perfect face. Her eyes were filled with intense disbelief. She had never thought that her poetic and beautiful love with His Highness Andrew would meet such an end. God Eli's beautiful body fell down like a kite with a broken string. Like a beautiful flower, she withered in an instant. God Eli was dead. Looking at God Eli's corpse, Andrew sighed softly and patted Rodewald's shoulder. "Let's go." The angels glanced coldly at God Eli's corpse and instantly disappeared into the spatial passage. The spatial passage emitted a beam of fierce white light and then disappeared. The powerhouses of the Holy See on the ground were dumbfounded. They had never thought that Andrew would leave just like that. At this moment, they only felt that it was very funny. They had devoted their lives to spreading their faith and were infinitely loyal to God. In the end, They were mercilessly abandoned by those who were called God. Hope Ernst stood up and slowly walked to Godeli's corpse. Godeli's eyes were wide open, and she still had that look of disbelief on her face before she died. Sigh. Ernst looked up at the sky and sighed. This sigh was filled with helplessness and grief. In his heart, the unbreakable faith in God collapsed in an instant. At the last moment, they finally saw the hypocritical and selfish side of God. Large drops of murky tears rolled down Ernst's cheeks. He turned around and looked at the dumbfounded crowd. His lips trembled as he uttered a sentence. God has already abandoned us. Boom! A fireball hit the top of God's prophecy hall, causing a shocking fire. God's prophecy hall burned fiercely. The huge hall was cut in half and collapsed with a rumble. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.